Hey, what is up, guys? It's Guiltspire here, and welcome back to Dead by Daylight. How y'all doing today on this marvelous Monday afternoon? Hope y'all are doing well. I know I am. With that being said, I don't know why I just got 500,000 blood points. I am a wee bit confused by that, I'll be real. But you guys might notice something. I don't know if it's obvious, but all of my killers have been reset to level number 1. That would make sense. That would make sense. I'm gonna have to put the 500,000 blood points into a killer where I don't think will matter. But with that being said, today begins day 1 of the Hardcore Killer Challenge. I hope you guys are excited as I am because I think there's gonna be a whole lot of fun. I really do. So with that being said, we're going to be jumping right on in. If you guys do want to take a look at the challenge, you guys can actually go right on over to the Win Streaks Excel file where we had our 6 million blood points prior. And you guys can take a look at that where the rules are. Long and short of it, as I cannot allow a single survivor to escape via the exit gate. If they escape via the exit gate, that counts as a loss for said killer, and they are killed by the entity. So our goal is to get from Ash all the way to Eerie 1 before we lose all of our killers. With the exception of Wraith, because apparently you have to do tutorial now to unlock Wraith. Go figure. I did not realize that one. What do I do with these 500,000 blood points? Unfortunately, like, that is not insignificant. That's like half our way to 40 for a killer. So that is a bit rough. Hey, Guilt summary account got hacked, so there's goes my 10k points, my first tier subscription. That one's signed from watching. I'm sorry to hear that, Frostboy. That does suck. Survivor, yes, that's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Let's do that. That is a very good idea. So what's a survivor that I probably won't level up if I eventually do the survivor challenge? I guess we'll go with... Who is someone that I don't feel like I'll level up? Honestly, Elodie, because Elodie has Power Struggle. Actually, Appraisal's not bad. Appraisal's not bad. Who has worse perks by default? Fast Track's not horrible. What about you, Leon? You have Flashbang. Other than that, you don't have much, so let's go with Leon. Let's go with Leon, boy. Alright, so we're going to deposit these blood points real quick so that they don't matter later down the road. And then we're going to be jumping right on in. I've mentioned it before, but I'll mention it again. Here's my strategy. We're going to start with Bubba. We're gonna start off with Bubba. So we're going to be trying to get barbecue and chili as quickly as possible. Where, with that being said, we can then unlock that on other killers. Where we want to get their unlockables a little bit faster, whether that be Hag for Ruin, or Pop Goes Weasel on Clown, Corrupt Intervention on the Plague. But I have also talked about before, and I'll say it again, where I think that, honestly, having MMR on might make this challenge that much easier. So the rank reset where you get blood points and it sets all the way back to lowest rank, yes, that is correct. Apparently, they had a bit of an issue with the most recent reset, so they gave us 500,000 blood points. This is a brand new account for this challenge. I was thinking about doing it where I didn't have to have a brand new account prior, but decided that hell with it, why not? Let's create a brand new account for this challenge. Let's have some fun and jump right on in. So that's what we're doing. We are starting off basically with everyone at 0. I'm just depositing these blood points into Leon real quick because right now we're doing the Hardcore Killer Challenge, not the Hardcore Survivor Challenge. I was going to pick a Survivor that I don't think I'm really going to miss all too much. if I were to not be able to use them come the Hardcore Survivor Challenge, which I'm not entirely certain if I'll do as of yet. I don't feel as confident on my Survivor as I do Killer. No, no, no. This is just because it's a brand new account. This is just because it's a brand new account. Reset just resets your rank to Ash 4. That's it. Yo, what's up, Alex? How you doing? Hopefully you're having a great day. And we're gonna try and get as close as we can to 0 blood points here. Let's see what we can do. Homies, Mori, homies? You know, that is accurate. You're not wrong in that statement. All right, 143,000. We're getting close to the end. If I ever see any of you in pubs or Mori, just to let you know, hey, that is fine by me. I know that I say it all the time, I Mori you because I love you. So is the 5,000 the max you can get for resetting? Yes, that is correct. Yo, what's up, Badger? How you doing today, my friend? Hopefully doing well. All right, we are at 70,000 now. Doing pretty well, cannot complain. Just using up our blood points before we jump into Killer. All right, 41,000, let's be a bit strategic here. So we're gonna grab you. So 30,000. We can grab you, and you. 13,000, so one 4,000, one 6,000, one 3,000. So we can do, so 6,000, 4,000. Okay, we can do this. We can do this, this, and this. There we go, right at 0. It's like those 500,000 blood points didn't even matter. For 500,000, it doesn't go to level 25. So every 50 blood points, or every, 1.5 million is roughly 40 levels. 1.5 million is 50 levels, 1 million is 40 levels. That's the long and short of it. We can use the tomes, so we are going to use these for our blood points. So we're going to go back all the way to tome number 1 and go with some survivor hooking, shall we? And like I said, we're going to be starting off with the man himself, the Bubba. So let's bring some barbecue and chili and get on going. Big bad Trapper boy. Yeah, we might eventually get the Trapper, but for now we're going to focus in on Bubba, trying to lock barbecue and chili in his blood web as soon as possible. And let me take a look. What is his unlock? Barbecue is level 35. So we just need to get the 35 for Bubba. That shouldn't be too much of an issue. We're going to try and maximize our blood points per match. We'll try not to maximize the number of pips that we get. Based on MMR, my MMR should be a flat 0. This account is brand new, didn't exist prior. We should be theoretically getting some pretty bad survivors. Because of that, let's see what happens, and fingers crossed. Look at that! You know, the killer tutorials, I forgot those existed. It's been a hot minute since I've seen those, holy hell. Yeah, so, you know, this is how it shows you. You need to hit the survivor, you need to pick up the survivor, you need to hook the survivor. I know a lot of killers get a little bit confused about that, but that's the long and short of it. Alright, but let's see how the first match of Bubba goes. Oh, survivor will tell you the killer? Yes, as a survivor, it will tell you who the killer is when it is a new account. That is correct. Bubba on Coal Tower, good way to start off. Let's break some doors real quick before I do forget. And let's go for these survivors ASAP. Let's get 3 charges. There's a skill check already. Let's chainsaw over to them. I do feel a little bit bad for these early survivors who are going to be playing against a comp killer when they can't hit skill check for the life of them. So I am sorry in advance to everyone who finds me prior. Have fun. At least you know how to vault. That's good news. Oh, she really wants to play the Z wall. As we all know, the Z wall is the strongest wall in the game. And that will be the first down of the match. Can you tell me when I'm meant to chainsaw? You want to get it at the top right-hand corner. You'll see me do it all the time, where I am waiting until it gets to the right-hand corner, right by the number. That's ideally when you want to. Also, I am so sorry to these survivors. I don't know if everyone else is watching what I'm watching, but okay, these have to be bots, right? I'm not insane for thinking that these could potentially be bots. I'm not insane for thinking that, because I know Behavior implemented bots. Those are just rank 20s. Are you sure? Because I have some mild concerns if that is the case. But I guess that's why, you know, Twitch streamers like myself or people like myself exist, to try and help these survivors. This is what you've been dealing with? Are you sure? Because this is, I forgot what it was like to play against rank 20 survivors. I forgot what it was like. Yeah, I remember back in my day when I started on PC, it was pretty bad. But like, I didn't realize that it's even this bad. I think that bots are only in the tutorials, but maybe not. Where's this last survivor? Oh, are they actually going for an unhook? Hey, look at that. You guys are getting the idea now. Go for the unhook when I'm hooking someone else, right? But yeah, I really do apologize in advance. It is, if these are like brand new survivors, it is definitely probably no fun going up against me, a comp-focused killer. So I do apologize about that ahead of time. We're still gonna chainsaw you down even though you are M1able. I do want those deviousness points if I can help it. I wasted a chewed pen and address book on survivors who I never exposed because they all threw themselves at me. Those are bots. I looked at the name. Okay, thank God. I am so happy you did that, Badger, because I remember that they released a list of bots. Thank frickin' God. I would have been really sad if that wasn't the case. I will be real. Because that's right there. Right there is the first one. That is the first pallet to be dropped the entire time. Let's just get this to close off. That's number 3. Iron Maiden OP. I mean, Iron Maiden barbecue's not a bad combination, theoretically speaking. To be honest, I will admit that the bots, though not horrible, honestly are not great, but great way for like a new killer to start off. So honestly, I'm kind of happy to see something like this. Because I definitely think that, you know, newer killers can benefit from this type of experience, where they at least get the basics down if they did much like what I did for this account, which is skip the tutorial, I don't care, right? So at least that's good news. Bad news is, I'm not sure how our MMR is going to react to a 4K on 0 gens. Our MMR might about shoot up through the roof right now, so we'll have to wait and see. I would say GG well played to these survivors, but if they are indeed bots, I guess GG behavior, though I do see post-game chat. Wait, are you sure these are bots? Hold on. Oh, no. 100% bots. Confirmed. 100%. If they... Never in my life would I ever see survivors say those things. That is the first time in my life I've ever seen survivors say that. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's so good. Oh. Oh my word. Okay. A cross-platform with frickin' ping and chat. Oh my word. Oh my word. That is the funniest thing I've seen playing Dead by Daylight. I joke you not. Okay. That's amazing. That is amazing. Oh. Alright. That just made my day. I'm not joking. Please, someone clip my reaction. That just made my day. Oh. Oh, my heart. Oh, my God. Like, I saw something in chat behind the challenge, like, wait, maybe they're not bots, and then I looked again, and oh my word, that brought joy to my freaking soul. That was good. That was good stuff. Oh. Oh. You know, Behavior, I commend you in making that little thing right there. At the same time, really setting unrealistic expectations for survivors, or for killers. I have to say, really setting unrealistic expectations there for new players on what they're going to experience against actual players. Oh, sometimes they'll get the occasional GG well played, but you'll never get all 4 survivors saying it. It's very rare, especially at lower ranks. That brought joy to my soul. That brought joy to my soul. Long and short of it is, apparently if you're on a brand new account, you skip the tutorial, Behavior shoves you into a match of bots. And at first we're like, are these bots? They feel like bots. Someone then confirmed, we checked the names, they are bots. We then afterwards, also badge if you want, send it to a mod to clip, send the clip in chat. Then from there, we finished off the match. I saw some chatter in post game, like, oh, maybe they're not bots after all. And then after reading a post game, 110% bots. Like the best confirmation in the world, hands down, that we played against bots. Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. I wonder, okay, so I will mention this match we see actual tools and I do see cosmetics, right? I see a cosmetic on the ace. So this tells me maybe these are not bots? Maybe these are not bots. We do see a cosmetic. Maybe, who knows though? Maybe the bots are using cosmetics. Oh, man, that warmed my soul right there. That's gonna be a YouTube short for sure. Oh. Thank you for the look, Frost Boy. I appreciate it, mate. Oh. Okay. Need to calm down and take it seriously here. Take it seriously. Oh my word. Oh my word. I mean, it was honestly probably the funniest thing I've seen all day. Oh, to be fair, I haven't seen much all day, but that was a great way to start off the stream. That is really bad. I'm not gonna lie, Alex. I'm not gonna lie. That is bad right there. And like, I had to question myself, like, I'm thinking back to when I started on PC, like, were survivors really this bad? Then I remembered I could put traps in the middle of pallets and they would hit them. Like, maybe these are actual people. And then post-game just really put the nail in the coffin on that conversation. Lion Shark is one of the bot names. I remember that someone data mined the names of all the bots back during the MMR test, so that was a good call. That was a good call. Oh, my word, that was brilliant. I liked it. I liked that a lot. So, the question is, okay, I'm a new player, just had my first match, did amazing with Bubba after watching Astarva for like 24 hours. You know, will that experience carry over to real survivors? That's the question. That is the question. Oh. Unfortunately, we are on a very bad map, to be fair. Alright, sounds good, Alex. Okay, so we're still seeing missed skill checks. I do want to note that. We're still seeing that. So that gives a bit of info where these survivors are. Let's find out real quick. I saw crows go off. Scratch marks. Oh, there's Ace, I think. He's not running very quick. I don't think he has sprint first, so I think we're fine here. I feel like maybe Annoying Kid 6409 is another bot name, but I can't say for certain. Oh, a teabagging Ace. Either really realistic bot or an actual person, I don't know. Okay, no body block. Okay, running into walls when looking behind. You know, this seems like rank 20 behavior. Let's put you up onto hook, Ace, me boy. Get some more barbecue and chili stacks. Find out where everyone else is at. Made my life easy. Okay, they actually got an unhook. So that's a start. That's a start. We see 3 people over there. They know you're a Smurf if you don't tantrum directly into a wall. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Okay, David, will he drop pallet? Okay, let's get the window tantrum. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I generally want to know now, like, how bad, like, new survivors are, and, like, what can we do to help them learn faster, other than just showing them how to play? Okay, one survivor already suiciding. Not even taking any chances. Might as well bop the gen real quick. Alright, hello, David boy. Don't mind me. I actually don't know where these survivors are. I didn't see them off of barbecue and chili. Check that, Jen. There's the hook on David. Okay. Very doubtful that any of these survivors have BT, by the way. Or DS, for that matter. So we're gonna go for David. Yeah, I mean, no, in all seriousness, getting them to watch streams, I could definitely help. Okay, Ace trying to get over here. Not happening, Ace. Sorry to tell you. One thing that I have changed, by the way, from the rules that you guys may have seen Dowsy use for the Hardcore Killer Challenge, I'm not going to care about hatch. If a survivor escapes via hatch, I don't care. I honestly hate slugging for the 4K. I do think it's a miserable, miserable experience for the survivor, especially at these lower ranks. So I'm not going to worry about that in the slightest. But where is this Ace? I don't know. Ace? He was here, right? I slugged him here. So where'd he go? It really does take ages, and it's just a miserable experience for survivors as a whole. Oh, there you are. So I'm not going to do that. If the last person escapes via the hatch, it does not count against me. The only time where we consider a hatch a loss is when 2 people escape via a key. Thoughts on the new rank system, Sad Boy Monty? Personally, the grade system is perfectly fine and perfectly acceptable. The MMR is really what's going to, you know, be what determines a lot. Looks like they went for the insta unhook. Bonus BP, good. I do like it. You know, 500,000 blood points. That is basically like 10 matches, give or take, for me. Which, I can't complain with that. Ace. So I'm definitely happy with the bonus BP. Kind of wish it was a little bit more than 500,000. Though at the same time, I will admit that 500,000 is, you know, halfway to 40 for a Killer or Survivor, which is not bad for 1 month play. I swear that Ace has to be a bot. Just based on the way they're playing it, has to be. But I can't actually say for certain. Alright, let's get David up on hook, and then let's get some barbecue and chili info on the Claudette, ideally, unless she's also within 40 meters of us, which I wouldn't put it past newer survivors not to play around barbecue. Or rather, not to play around the killer's tear radius, right? So let's put you up on a hook. Oh, he's already dead. I haven't hooked the Claude. Okay, good news is I know where she is, and she's going from right to left. Yeah, right to left. Maybe easy to get from D-ranking from, in total on my main account, 500,000. It's 250,000 per Erie 1. Claudie. Hello. Let's grab you and put you up onto hook, my dear. Yeah, 250,000 per Eerie. Eerie 1 specifically. Anything below Eerie 1 results in less points. Not by much, though. Nothing, like, too significant. I'll be honest, I was just doing Chainsaw Dash for the sake of Chainsaw Dash and was not paying attention. Needs to be slightly more? I would like it to be more, yeah. I would like it to be a little bit more than 250,000. But, honestly, it's still not a bad little bonus at the end of the month, right? But GG, well played to the survivors. Alright, so that is, how many wins on Bubba now? That is 2 wins. Where's Bubba Boy? There, Bubba Boy. 2 4Ks. Names are on the bot list. Okay, so these are actual survivors. These are actual survivors. Looks like on console. And actually, some of them have some decent perks too. Ace in Hole level 3. Resilience will make it. Like, not bad builds, all things considered. Dead Hard Life is a little bit interesting. And one of them did bring us the Crotus Pred, and I did forget about that. Fair play. I was silver and, silver 3 for Survivor and Killer. Yeah, no, like I said, the monthly bonus is not bad. I do like it. I do like it overall. We did get our challenge, so let's make sure we complete that. What is the Hardcore Killer Challenge? If you want the full rule set simple, check out the !streaks XL page, where we do have that challenge up. Basically, long story short, we are trying to get from rank 20 to rank 1 without losing all of our killers. If a single survivor escapes via the exit gate, it results in a loss, and that killer is subsequently killed off. Do you get your diamond? Yes, yes you do, Simple. Let me do that right now before I do forget. I appreciate it, mate. There you go, my friend. And let's go into our blood web, trying to get to level 10, so we can get a second perk slot. Ooh, Sloppy Butcher's not bad, but not great on Bubba, though. Bitter Murmurs actually could prove useful in the long run. We do get our second perk slot. If we're running, I mean, Whispers could be useful, more info, Bitter Murmurs off of gens. Deerstalker, if we decide to slug out, we could do a Deerstalker knockout combo, 1-2 punch. Franklin's, I don't think will be necessary right now, so let's go with Bitter Murmurs for now. I think that might not be a bad idea. And then Sparkplug and Chainsaw File. Let's throw on the Survivor Pudding, though. Really good stuff to find that early. Get us some more blood points. Though I do really want to get Barbecue and Chili tier 2 ASAP, and ideally, of course, tier 3 as well. We'll see if that happens before we actually get the unlock. Yeah, exclamation point streak, not streaks. Maybe I should change that to challenges as well, because we've done, obviously we have the Killer Win Streak, we have the Hardcore Killer Challenge, the 6 million Blood Point Challenge, which has since finished on day number 30. So, good stuff there. Yeah, we're going to keep a catalog of all of our old challenges that we've gone through. But I'm excited for this. I do think that this will be easier if MMR on than MMR off, simply because that if we do lose with Bubba, let's say after 20 matches, that Bubba will end up having all of the MMR on him. So if I move over to Huntress, MMR is going to be back at 0, right? Because it's per killer. So that's the only thing that I'm a little bit afraid of, is that MMR on makes Hardcore Killer Challenge actually easier and not more difficult, as was first imagined. At the same time, I'm wondering how many or how much MMR we're rising by for every 4K, right? Like, we've had 2 back-to-back 4Ks on 0 gens. What does that look like? How quickly are we going to get, you know, Eerie rank survivors as Bubba? That is actually a question that I'm very curious about. Especially where we have no real form of gen regression as we're speaking right now. You know, if we do get very efficient survivors very early, that actually could spell disaster for our killers much quicker than expected. If it's, let's say, by 5 4Ks on 0 gens, that we end up against Eerie ranked survivors. So I think we need to keep an eye out on the rankings. And actually, I guess but the thing is, today's rank reset, so how many Eerie survivors are going to be out there right now, right? I guess that's the real question. How many Eerie survivors are going to be out? I guess the question is how many Eerie level survivors or high MMR survivors? No, there is no way to get them back. Once they have lost the match, they are killed off by the entity, and you have to play another killer thereafter. You cannot use any blood points that you gain from that killer, so on and so forth. I haven't played that MMR yet. Is it safe? Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I played Cenobite during MMR. Felt perfectly fine. Yeah, we got some difficult matches, but we also had some really fun ones too. So I think that MMR is perfectly fine. I think people are really overblowing it, to be honest. But we are on the family residence, and we have a No Mither player here today, No Mither Nia, which would tell me at the very least that they've unlocked No Mither through the Shrine of Secrets or from David himself. Yep, Bubba is our first killer today. So we are... Oh, there's the injured Nia. Perfect timing. Do you have Dead Hard? Dead Hard. There's the Dead Hard. Okay, we faked her out. Perfect. Let's just M1 her down here. How bad am I destroying these poor survivors? I mean, the last 2 games, the bot game and the one prior was 4K on 0 gens done, so you know. That's the long and short of it there. Alright, there's Yui. Should go for window. She goes for the vault. Day's been going well. Day's been going well. This is day 1 of the Hardcore Killer Challenge, so very excited to be kicking it off. Alright, this Yui's actually seems relatively smart, not going for the pallet immediately, right? Okay, well, okay. Yui, I made my statement. I now rescind said statement. I was hoping that you would drop pallet. Yeah, you may have messed that one up just a bit. May have messed that one up just a bit. Barbecue and chili shows me a whole lot of nothing. You see scratch marks over here. Let's go for them. Who this? Is that David Boy? It is David Boy. Nia goes for the unhook, however. Nia has some teachables, so I want to actually play around the thought that she has BT. I wouldn't put it past her in this scenario, so let's do that. I did call her smart, and it may have jinxed it. You might not be incorrect there. You might not be incorrect. All right. More skill checks happen over in the distance. Let's go over there. I do need to bop some gens, don't I? So let me do that before I do forget. Okay, still missing your skill checks, guys. You need to work on that just a little bit. It must be terrifying hearing Bubba chainsaw everywhere he goes. Oh. Okay, so Fengmin is currently AFK. GG's. Interesting. So they're with Yui, right? Actually, is it a 3-man Swift? We have TXP, Clever, Reaper, and Juice. And then David all by his lonesome. Yo, what's up, Mike? How you doing? How you doing? Barbecue and chili, as well as the skill check shows there over here. Alright, let's kick the Jane real quick. Found a champion Bubba, immediately went down again. That is an oof. That is an oof right there. Alright, let's go for the unhook. That is Nia girl. Sorry to say Nia, but you will be going down here. The Dead Hard, really good timing actually. Didn't panic, didn't use it early. So, I mean, the Nia has some, some heads on her shoulders. Except for the fact that she mid-vaulted there. That's less than ideal. So, you're going to be dead now. I do want to bop that gen over here. Like I said, I need to bop a few gens for a few challenges. So, let's do that. Ooh, are they going to get a gen? They might get a gen here. Let's find out. David. Ooh, he committed, for better or for worse. Almost made me tantrum there in that 360. So, good job on him for doing so. Yeah, that had been probably like 99 on that gen, to be honest. Like, I appreciate the commitment. That actually showed some decent game sense. Hey, look at that. They got a gen. Let's find out if Fengmin's still over here. Yes, she is. Fengmin is still very much AFK. Alright, sounds good, Alex. Alright, let's make sure we get some blood points out of this, even with the AFK here. So let's hook you. And you see the barbecue and chili going for the unhook, so let's pressure this with chainsaw dash. I'm gonna say that they probably don't have BT. Good dead hard by David, though. I can appreciate that play. Hi, Yui. Oh, okay, she's teabagging. Good stuff. I mean, I guess I can end this here since you didn't go directly for the unhook. Did she double back? No, she's going for the unhook, isn't she? Maybe? Scratch marks ended abruptly. Oh, she went for... Oh, David. I thought for some reason that the Feng Min was still on hook. Thought maybe she came back at some point. Guess not. I guess not. Oh, that's still regressing. I thought they actually touched that at some point. Whoops. Ooh, so close but so far away. That dead hard get him some extra distance. But it will all be for not David Me Boy, as you don't really have many outs here. So sorry to tell you, but that will be that. And that is a skill check miss on that gen, meaning that I can do a quick gen bop after I down the Yui. Let's go for Yui girl. I hear up here. Will you go for the vault? No. Will you go for a locker play? Also no. Alright, up we go, Yui. And do we have a hook nearby? We do. That'll allow me to hook her here and do a quick bop on that gen. So on the bright side, that is the first game where Survivor's got a gen. So, you know, last few matches have been, whatchamacallit, been 0 gens, 4 hooks, or 4K, and they did get a single gen, so improvement, definite improvement, and good use of dead hard this match. We definitely saw some teachables from other survivors with Nia having no mither and dead hard, so good stuff overall in that regard. But GG, well played to the survivors. Alright, another 4K for the bubs. Yeah, actually, autodidact, no mither, resilience, and dead hard. So, yeah, a few different teachables. DS actually was also in play. So, the survivors definitely have played for a while. Depends on how long, though. That's what we don't know. Yo, it's Megacy. On hi as captain of UA, need my honest opinion. Like, my opinion as them acting as captain? Because I don't really have an opinion of that, I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't be able to say it without seeing how they act as captain, right? That's my biggest thing. You guys would probably have them as a player. I mean, they know how to play. Obviously, there's always room for improvement. I'm never going to say that there's not, but they definitely know their way around the game. Though at the same time, captain isn't always simply about knowing how to play the game, but how to communicate that through your team as well, I will say. It's not as simple as, are you a good player? Right? So it depends on how they, well, captain. If you find them to be a good leader in that regard. And that's for you as a team to decide. And it's a hard question to ask. A hard question to ask for sure. Decreases cooldown when successfully hitting survivors. We're not going to tantrum all that often, so vegetable oil chili is probably better here. We're sticking with barbecue and chili, of course. And we're pretty much maxed out on our blood points. We're 1 level away from hitting level 10. Seen some med kits, some flashlights now. Okay, okay. We need to bop one more gen, before we can finish off this challenge. So let's make sure we do that towards the end of the match. In case, by some means, we do end up losing, we can always use this challenge on the next killer. Whereas if we complete it and we also lose Bubba, then not so much. But so far, so good. That's 3 wins in on Bubs, with no escapes via the hatch so far. And we're already, what? Ash 3. So we haven't got up too far. That's what, 5 pips over 3 matches? So not bad, realistically speaking. Not bad at all. Hope you're having a great day, Megacy. I know I am. Currently day 1 of the Hardcore Killer Challenge. Having a lot of fun, though I am probably dashing the hopes and dreams of many survivors in the meanwhile during me being at low MMR with Bubba here. Well, that being said, let's jump on in. Last survivors, they did get 1 gen, so improvement. Let's see if these survivors can do any better, and let's see how quickly MMR gets us up to knowledgeable survivors. That's my biggest question with MMR, is how quickly do we get to that point? The game. Palette frickin' hell. Yeah, MMR during Swift is interesting because it takes the average of the team. So that's where it can be interesting if you have a really low MMR survivor with a very high MMR survivor. You kind of end up into a bit of a tricky predicament for sure. Alright, let's take a look. So far, nothing. We don't exactly want to chainsaw around here. It's not really a great map to do so. So we're taking our time. I think that they might be over in bathroom. I feel like I saw scratch marks, but I can't say for certain. And I was right in saying that. Yep, someone's on the gen. There's 1, 2. Alright, let's get Jeff and Nancy into basement, shall we? Someone tried from a death from above flashlight save. Very cheeky. Someone's been watching a lot of Aaron and Noob 3, haven't they? But they haven't left yet. They have not left this area. They're definitely still here. Yep, like I thought. Alright, let's put Jeff Boy into basement, and then Kate thereafter. Yeah, I thought that maybe she would have been to a locker, would have made sense to me. And let's see. Yo, what's up, Buns? How you doing? That's number 2. And we see someone going for the unhook over here. Great timing. Let's see if we can get a double chainsaw. Oh, don't do it. Not the pickup on Jeff, Nia. Not the pickup on Jeff. That's not the move. Alright, well. Oh, not Jeff, sorry. Jeff's in basement, Kate. That's the one I meant. That's the one I meant. Alright, need to make sure that I definitely bop that gen right there. I do not foresee these survivors surviving this trial here. Not at this rate. In fact, might even get a basement tree. Haven't got one of those in a hot minute. Nia's picked up. Was that on breakup? No, it wasn't. That was Nancy and Nia. Very good stuff. Nancy going back, however, to the basement. Shred. Immediately chainsaw for distance. Ooh. Okay, good tantrum. Unfortunately, trying to maneuver around that was easier said than done. So good job there. And not sure what happened here. Did they fast fault that? They did fast fault that. Well, I'm gonna leave the 2 in basement and call it a day. Try and find out where these survivors went. There's Nancy back downstairs. And not enough distance for the double chainsaw dash thereafter. There's 1 unhook. There's 2 unhook. Problem is, do we think they have BT? And I think the answer is no. Yeah, I'm gonna say the answer is no there. I have a sneaking suspicion. So everyone goes back down in basement with the exception of Nancy, unless you have DS. If you have DS, then you've lucked out. Lesson learned here, if you're gonna unhook, you're gonna want to have BT. Honestly, for survivors, unlocking... Hey, there we go, a nice DS. And that is 2 survivors up, 1 survivor down. Very good stuff. Unfortunately for you, however, Nia, you are going to the basement now. All right. So I'm thinking that we're going to get a 4K at 0 gens done. If you're playing Basement Bubba, do you have the cam for it to work, or at the very least, do you have the proxy? Not really. You don't need to. Honestly, there's some really good basements like this one or Badham, where if you're Bubba, trying to get out of a basement is a death sentence without PT, as we have very clearly seen this match with that 1, 2, 3 drop on the survivors. All right, finish our challenge. Good news there. We saw a survivor over this direction. I have no idea where they are now, though. That's the only problem. And I do imagine that one of them might go for basement unhook. They have 120 seconds to do so. So they have plenty of time. Oh, I hear this gen being worked on. That's Nancy. Let's chainsaw her down so I can do business. Let's put you on a hook. Try and get some barbecue and chili info on the Kate. And Kate does go for Nia, in fact. Good stuff. And we see 1, 2 there. One of them's going towards bathroom gen. One of them's kind of towards this staircase here, it looks like. Over here in camera room. And going out further. There's the Kate. Perfect. Let's go for her. I also heard Nia going for the unhook, I believe. So let's cut her off through this door. Normally I don't break doors in the game. I don't think I need to worry too much right here, though. Now, Nia ran into me. My question then stands as to why. Maybe a DS in play. Let's find out. Hey, look at that. 2 DSs. So survivors in our lobbies are starting to get more and more teachable, showing that they have more game time behind them. So that's good news at the very least. All right, let's follow up with an additional chainsaw right away. And that should be enough distance here. Just barely. Good usage of the map to your advantage. Won't last long, however, Kate. So we've eaten 2 DSs through this entire match. GG's there. Kate's now dead. Barbecue and Chili shows me where the Nia is. She stood up straight. I don't think that was a locker play. I think she was standing up over by the drop down, if I'm not mistaken, based on that aura location. And it's possible that she may have gone into the locker after all. And one generator has been done. Bitter Murmurs does give me all the info I need. All right, sounds good, Frostboy. And hello, Nancy. Maybe he'll stop buffering? Potentially. Not outside the realm possibility, for sure. And let's instantly chainsaw dash after. There's a pallet drop, will break. Now, is that doorway open? It is not, so Nancy is down. And I don't know who's on Death Hook. I think it's Nancy on Death Hook. Nia's not. So it'll be a race for the hatch at this point in time. And as I mentioned before, we're not going to slug out for the 4K. It's just a miserable experience for the survivors as well as myself. So we have opted for no penalty on hatch escapes when it's the last survivor with gens not completed. Excuse me. And with that being said, GG, well played to these survivors. That is a 3K for Bubs. And yeah, so 1 DS, 2 DS, a Deliverance even. So definitely seeing higher caliber survivors. 110%. 110%. Well, with that being said, let's jump right on in, shall we? And let's get our challenge for extra blood points. This should definitely get us to level 10, so that's good news at the very least. Let's see. Damage the same generator 2 times in a single trial. We can try to do that. That actually might be easier said than done, I will not lie. Let's ready on up. Go into the Blood Web. And we are at level 10 now, so I believe that's our 3rd perk slot. Good news there. Let's grab Distressing so we can cycle in some more tier 2 perks and hopefully get Barbecue and Chili tier 2 ideally. That would be beneficial for sure. Whispers too, there it is. And Deer Stalker 2. Still no Barbecue and Chili 2, unfortunately. 3rd perk-wise, I guess Whispers wouldn't hurt. Let's use Knife Scratches for that, and let's also run a Wreath as well. Now I can get some more blood points. Yeah, Whispers might not be bad. It's not exactly the best perk in the world, but it can definitely help in some unique scenarios. Alternatively, we could run Sloppy Butcher to slow them down on heals, but that means we have to M1 more, which is not something that we do all too often. So, give and take there, I do suppose. Alright, alright. Some blood point offerings, I like what I see. And let's take a look and see how well these survivors play. So far, the highest number of gens that these survivors have done is 1 generator. And we are currently at Ash 3 onto our way to Ash 2. 4 matches in. Yeah, I'm very interested to see how MMR tunes a Smurf. Like, that's the biggest thing that I'm very curious about. How many matches will it take before I feel like I'm really back at higher percentage MMR? That's what I'm really curious about during this challenge. It's going to be interesting for sure. Going to be real interesting. We are on the Underground Complex. Sounds like a plan to me. And let's see here. Let's drop immediately down. Once again, not a map that you really want to chainsaw dash around. A lot of tight quarters, a lot of potential for us to tantrum if we're not careful. Though it's definitely rare for me to do so, I rather play on the safe side just in case. We do see a survivor up here early. That's actually awesome. Let's see how they play this, if they know how to play it at all. I'm going to say the answer is no there for obvious reasons. So let's make sure we face the wall, just in case we have some cheeky flashlight saves. And Barbecue and Chili will give us some information. We see 1 person on gen, 2 people on gen. 1 person jumping off, though, going for the save, I imagine. And sounds like 1 person on upside down gen. I can freely give them the upside down gen. That is a-okay by me. We do need to bump the same gen twice. I do need to keep that in mind. And looks like they might be heading over towards the unhook. It would appear that way. So let's see if they have BT potentially. There's Feng Min, she'll drop pallet. I do need to remember with the knife mark that it does increase their charge time on that chainsaw dash. Alright, got some good distance there. Probably could have used that 3rd charge, honestly. And you know what? Oh, was that? Ooh, look at that. That may have been a cheeky play with deception. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, I don't have many perks to work for me right now is the thing. You know, there's not a lot for me to work with. So, Sloppy is a perk to work with. Alright, let's chainsaw dash her here. And we'll tantrum, but we'll get the down 2, so good news there. They have gotten 1 gen relatively early, which is actually a little bit scary. Seeing survivors actually focused on gens, not really fearing the tear radius, only 5 matches in. So this could prove interesting, to say the least. We do see a Feng Min over there, over on the corner. So let's head over there ASAP. We see her right there. And she is running, so let's chainsaw dash her. And get that cheeky little mind game right there. Fangman down and up onto Hook. Just got a cute Blight. Why was Blight doing? I'm curious now. Alright, we see an absolute no one on Barbecue and Chili. So let's look around. Try and identify where they might be. I do want to go back to this gen over here and try and get the gen bop if possible. We do see scratch marks, and it sounds like a Jill, based on the sound of things. Good pallet drop. I thought I stopped a little bit short of that. I did not. He didn't give me hatch and tease me. I was like, no kiss for you. Well. Alright, so we got our challenge finished, but we need to make sure we win this match nonetheless. So let's go for Jill. Okay, so she's the one with deception. Let's chainsaw immediately. She doubles back, and we'll get down because of it. And hello, can I please pick you up? That would be amazing. All right, let's take a look and see if Barbecue and Chili gives me some info. Ooh, we see 1, 2 upstairs. We don't see the third, however. So no real information there. Question of the day is whether or not they drop down and or have balanced lane for that matter. That's a Leon. There's the vault there. There's the vault there. Get him the vault one more time, and now he's locked in. Sorry, Leon, no way out. Is this a Smurf account? Yes, it is. For the Hardcore Killer Challenge, I wanted to keep everyone at 0, fresh MMR. So this is indeed a Smurf account, simple. And we're gonna find out really quickly how effective MMR is at combating Smurfs, right? We're gonna find out whether or not it kind of looks at our continued 4Ks and 3Ks and goes, oh, hey, you know, we need to bump this person's MMR up. I wonder if there's like a win streak bonus on MMR. Like, there should be. If you're getting win after win after win, that wouldn't be a half bad idea. Alright, where'd the Jill go? She's continuing through. We're gonna walk this one out. Go for Jill. There's the unhook. What sound like from Fang Min. Ooh, a little bit tight there. I do see Fang Min there on that window. This challenge should be almost impossible, so we MMR works properly. When Dazzy did it, there was no MMR. That's the thing. So it's going to be very interesting for 2 reasons. Because if anything, it's possible that MMR actually makes this challenge easier and not harder, is the really funny part. Because think about it. If I'm playing nothing but Bubba for the first, let's say, 50 matches, then what happens when I lose Bubba and I go over to Huntress? She's now at 0 MMR. Which means, theoretically, I'm going to be playing against rank 20s again when we switch to our next killer. So you could theoretically space over all of your pips across, you know, 25 some odd killers and potentially just, you know, punish newer survivors through and through. And Ghostface on Bubba because I basement Bubba? Maybe. That makes sense. Yes, it is 100% killer based. So, it is per killer and not per account. For survivors, it's the opposite. It's per account and not per survivor. Thank you, that actually helped me out a lot, Fingman. I thought you were going to drop that earlier, so I took that a bit tight. Not the right move on my end, obviously. She actually checked for the respect. Good on her. So that's where I'm very interested to see how it scales Bubba specifically. DS, okay, once again, seeing DS means that we're seeing more and more survivors with teachables unlocked. So that is actually really good news. Okay, well, we can just kind of hold him hostage here as we can for him. That barrel having a bit of an awkward hitbox for sure. We're just going to keep him here. And get a chainsaw dash in our pocket. Alright, Lammy boy, you go up on hook now. I think that these survivors might get a second gen done. I'll be real. This will be the first survivor crew to get 2 gens. Potentially 3 if they play smart. All right, 1 person over there. Let's regress this real quick. So we don't pop. And that'd be a bad idea to bop here. The opening for that room is kind of annoying. Yeah, they're about to finish that gen. They commit to it as well. They open up the door, even better for them. They could have went immediately out. Sprint burst on Jill. So once again, showing that these survivors have unlocked teachables on other survivors. Ah, bollocks. Like I said, one thing about Hawkins is that the corners are so tight. It's really hard to get some plays like that. She does not drop, surprisingly. Still does not drop. She wanted to get me to chainsaw. Yeah, exactly. They have the time, not necessarily the skill. Okay, we're going to play seriously now. We're not going to try and do chainsaw mind games. Instead, we're going to go for the M1s in those scenarios. And I say as I go immediately into another chainsaw mind game. Thankfully, she dropped pallets, so we remove the tantrum. I think they get 3 gens. Yeah, look at that. Okay, these survivors are definitely improving. They're definitely not the best survivors in the world, don't get me wrong, but they're definitely playing better than the runs we played against prior. That is for sure. So this actually could be a close match, potentially. Very early on in the killer win streak. Or killer hardcore challenge, rather. Alright, barbecue and chili shows me very little. At the very least, they have the game sense and have the overall map knowledge or game knowledge to focus on gens, right? Alright, we lost that survivor. Can't find them, so let's move over to another gen. You have this gen, that gen, and that gen. Jake fell down a little bit too early there, buddy boy. Just a wee bit. You love catching some big frogs? Like IRL or in a different scenario, my friend? Alright. Try and find where everyone is. Seen a whole lot of nothing again. A little bit difficult for Barbecue and Chili to actually get some decent info on this map, not gonna lie. Scratch mark, coming from look, I really hope you have BT now. You do, look at that. And if you lose Bubba, which is my next killer to play, probably Clown. Clown would probably be a good one with Pop Goes the Weasel. And Chapel, thank you much for the follow. Welcome to Guilty Ones, my friend. I am Mark, aka Guildspire. I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player, here to teach kills how to play killer and survivors how to play against killer. Very happy to have you here. Doesn't sound like they're on that show. Problem is, last 2 survivors are now on Death Hook. I was thinking that they might play Immersed, but Jake proves me otherwise. And thank you much for reminding to hydrate. I'll do so right after this match. Jake got the pallet and did not use it. To my grandma, the huge frog, and offered some frog legs. She nearly cursed me out. Another DS? Is that 3 DSs or 2 DSs this match? Either way, once again, it shows that they have time spent in the game. You know, whether that be from Shrine of Secrets or otherwise, getting that survivor leveled out. And as I mentioned before, to make things clear for this version of the challenge, them getting Hatch is perfectly acceptable. I'm not going to select out for the 4K. Just a miserable experience for me and survivors alike. So I'd much rather just, you know, give them the Hatch in these circumstances. Can't help it that I love catching some real frogs. That's fair, that's fair. You know, I used to do so when I was younger as well, so I fully understand that. Alright, Leon, will you find Hatch before I find you? That is the question of the day. Answer is no. Alright, Leon, me boy, up we go, and on to up you go, my friend. As I do want them blood points if I can help it. Let's break this pallet for some extra blood points. And we should have finished our challenge as well, so good news there at the very least. But with that being said, GG, well played to these survivors. Alright, let's take a look at the survivors. So, bronze rank, Ash 2, Ash 3, Ash 4. Tier 3 perks across the board, guys. So once again, definitely seen some improvement. MMR definitely slowly but surely stepping it up. Slowly but surely stepping it up. Get some lizards? Out of curiosity, Buns, where do you live? Like, what region? You don't have to say specifics, of course, but what region? I am curious. Alright, let's go back to menu 1. Grab you. And damage generate or destroy a drop pallets 5 times using the perk Brutal Strength. We can do that. We can definitely do that. So let's replace Sloppy with... Oh, hold on, hold on. Brutal Strength is Trapper teachable, isn't it? Whoops, I cannot do that, in fact. I cannot. So earn 50,000 blood points. We can do that then. Gotcha, gotcha. That makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, let's get our blood points in. Franklin's 2. We really want to see Barbecue 2, and thus Barbecue 3 accordingly. But no luck thus far. Because we need to get to level 35, which is not going to be a small task. That is getting pretty close to 1,000,000 blood points that we would need to get in order to accomplish that. You get perk slot number 4. Good stuff there. Barbecue and chili number 2. Love it. And let me quickly throw this on. And if we're going to run a 4th perk, I guess we run Whispers, right? Or you know what? Maybe Survivors at this low of... no, that's not one thing. I'm thinking of Unnerving Presence, which we don't have. Never mind. Hey, what's up, Kurt? Thank you much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. I am Mark, aka Giltspire. I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player, here to teach kills how to play killer and survivors how to play against killer. Very happy to have you here. You have joined just in time for day 1 of the Hardcore Killer Challenge. We're starting off with some Bubba. Having some fun times. Right now we're on match number 6, right? Thank you for the hug, Kurt. I appreciate it. Looks like we're being sent to Mount Ormond Resort. So we are officially on to our 6th match. Our 5th match already felt like survivors were playing better than where we started, right? Like 5 matches in. So I think this might be more difficult than I initially gave it credit for. If only it takes 5 matches to get to higher MMR survivors, this could be really interesting, right? To be fair, though, here's the flip side, right? We have 25 killers to work with. So, realistically speaking, could we get to Eerie 1 through these 25 killers just by playing 5 matches each on them? Probably. We wouldn't be using any teachables, but, you know, at the very least, we will probably get to Eerie 1 no matter what, since MMR is killer-dependent and not account-based. So that will prove interesting to see what comes of that and how quickly I feel really pressured playing Bubs here. And with that being said, let's take a look and let's start chainsaw dashing around, shall we? There's a map that I can definitely do this with freely. It's not like Hawkins or the game, where it feels very claustrophobic. Whispers is on, so they're in the vicinity. 1 person DC'd already. GG's. Good stuff. Always fun when you see that at the beginning of the match. Means I don't get many blood points, unfortunately, though there's still 3 remaining that I can get 3 stacks of barbecue. So let's chainsaw dash for distance and go for person hiding behind the jet. Sprint first on them. They'll get to that vault in time, so good job there. Let's vault with them. Actually, no, we don't even need to. I thought for a second they may have misplayed that, but they did not. They're going to go upstairs. We have our 1 charge. We're right in their backs, so this is fine. Ooh, good use of that drop down, actually. That extended chase just enough to give your other survivors a little bit more pressure. Good stuff. I appreciate that play. And let's see here. Let's put you up on a hook. And survivors are where? Survivors are over here. That's a Fang Min. Will she go for the vaults? She does not. Let's chainsaw dash for distance. That's perfectly acceptable for me, as that allows me to charge up quicker. We can go for an M1 here. Hello. Okay, doing some flashlighting over pallets. Very common thing for survivors to do. And let's chainsaw dash again for distance. This is a maze tile, which could prove to be awkward for me. Okay, let's see if she knows her timing, and answer very quickly is no. She does not know her timing. Let's pick her up, get some more barbecue and chili info, and find out where her fellow survivors are. And answer is one person over on that gen and one person over there. Let's partial the gen first. By the way, Kurt, I was streaming today. What are you playing out of curiosity? Were you playing DBD or something else? Alright. See them over here. Crow goes off. There is the Jake with a sprint burst. Let's wait for our third charge and then chainsaw dash. Let's see if he's able to make it to anything worth his while. I thought for a second he had gone for a window vault, but he did not. Let's start now. Maybe with the award-winning chili we could have gone that, but no dice here. He's actually pretty reserved on this pallet here. So good job on him for doing so. Alright, already have our first charge. Here's our second charge. We can go for the chainsaw down now. Not bad plays by this Jake. He wasn't going for a tighter loop. A tighter loop with no pallet would have resulted in me downing him much quicker. Going for that longer loop gave him a chance, actually. So good stuff there. Barbecue and chili shows me one survivor on a gen back there. Let's chainsaw dash over. Two survivors. In fact, let's go for the Fang Min here, as she is my third barbecue stack. I would like some more blood points, if at all possible. And let's threaten the chainsaw. Did not drop it, so let's go for it now. And then we can charge up and go for the double charge chainsaw down. He has a little bit of distance on me, so I'm gonna wait real quick. Now let's go for it. She has God Pallet to drop. Perfect. Second charge is up now. Third charge is up. She has another God Pallet coming up as well. We'll chainsaw down to that. And with that stun, I think I can chainsaw one her. Just barely. Good stuff. Alright, let's pick you up. No flashlight save from you, my friend. Unfortunate to say, but it is true. And that gen's actually pretty well progressed, I will say. Jake there over on the left. Yo, what's up, Dot Ditter? You made a new killer idea. Let's hear it. I'm curious now. There's Fang Min. There's Jake. Wait, Jake was here. Where'd he go? I generally do not know, actually. Not crazy. Maybe a little, but not that crazy. Yep, unless you have BT Fang Min, that is not the play. Alright, well, you go to the next pallet. You will. Ooh, that's dangerous. That is dangerous, my dear, but you do make it work. Let's go for the M1 here. The Saboteur, and his power is to modify objects and environment to screw with survivors. Interesting. Kind of a cool idea, yeah. I do like it. Alright, so gonna try and go to Shack now. So, like, what type of things would they do in specific? There's a Dead Heart, showing once again that these survivors have played long enough to get teachables. And there is the first gen of the match. They probably would have gotten another one earlier, given the fact that a person did DC as early as they did, which is always a bit punishing. And we do see a survivor up on middle gen. Let's go for that. It's probably means that Jake will go for the unhook. Alright, scratch marks. No, this is, yeah, this is Feng Min, so Jake will indeed go for the unhook. So we can M1 Feng Min down if we so see fit. And let's take a look. He's over on this tile here. Sounds like she has Iron Will. Sounds like she has Iron Will. Not getting any noise from her. Alright, Feng Min, we're going to chainsaw you for extra Aegis points. Why not? 6 pallet chains, which when used, chains pallet to things it's rusting against. Survivors who want to throw it down will have to mash space to force a chain broken. Okay, I could see that. I could see that. That's not a half bad idea. And you can see them healing properly. Let's go for that then. And where are we going there, Feng Min, me girl? I mean, both of you are dead on hook with no idea where Hatch is. Oh, did they actually, Alex? I was not aware of this. It is a neat idea, kind of similar to, like, Blood Favor, which we have seen before, obviously. Feng Min down. Perfect. And where are we heading off to? Now, I did see, I believe, Jake over here, which might be relevant. I'll find out if, whatchamacallit, Whisper soon enough. Might as well start over by Shack, right? See if it's over here. There's no bump here, so it is not. And time to search for Hatch. And perfect. Alright, Jake, me boy. Question of the day. Where the hell are you? Last time I saw you, I think you were over there. We can probably get a decent line of sight on the exit gates, I think. Be a bit dicey to try. Maybe not. Oh, hold on, hold on, hold on. No, there's a rock in the way. There's a rock in the way. Locker. The thing is that, like, survivors already, you know, de-incentivized to go into lockers to begin with. So I feel like that'd be a very weak power is the only problem there. That's why I kind of want them to make a little adjustment to Trapper, for example, to where you, like, can trap chests or trap lockers with the bear trap, to where they are more hidden. Would be kind of cute. Obviously, trapping lockers or chests is not exactly the best idea in the world, but can prove some value once in a while. So I think that'd be better suited for, like, just adding that to Trapper than it would be to lock people in lockers, right? That'd be my only thought process. Oh yeah, Whispers is on. You're right. Unfortunately, it's Whispers 2, so it has a bit of a larger range. It does show that he's probably over by this exit gate, based on the fact that Whispers is on. And we do see scratch marks, too. And there's the Jakey boy. Good pallet drop. I mean, you don't get out, but good pallet drop. And what's the game plan now here, Jake? Go for pallet. And Jake, that ain't gonna work, bud. That ain't gonna work. Might as well get the chainsaw down, and then Nancy will take it from there. Not bad at all. So, Survivors did, what, 1 gen? Probably could have gone 2 gens if the first person hadn't DC'd at the beginning of the match. It does suck when that happens, but can't really be done. Or not much can be done about it. But GG, well played to these survivors. That'll be another 4K for the Bubs. We did finish our challenge, good stuff. Let's take a look at perks and stuff. Once again, getting a lot of tier 3 perks now. Definitely knowing how to play. We're seeing perks from a lot of different survivors, so definitely have time in the game to get those teachables. that was like the twins, but it was gargoyles, and the 4 statues could be positioned to block certain loops or limit the amount of players to repair gen, but the survivor can move them ever so slightly. That could be kind of a cool idea. The question is in all of this, and I always kind of do clarify, is like, make sure that when you have those ideas, you know, are they going to be fun to play as and play against? That is the real question, right? So I just one survivor during an endgame collapse, so don't kill off the survivor for hatch, get hatch, and then kill him off then. Okay, we can try that. We can try that. Thanks also on generators. When a survivor worked on a rigged gen, every skill check is forced to be a great skill check. If they fail, the bomb explodes, the gen instantly loses 50% progression. The survivor gets damaged. Unfortunately, behavior will never go for that, and the only reason why is because that's basically OG Ruin, and OG Ruin was freaking hated by the community, and I mean hated, for good reason. Newer players really suffered from OG Ruin, so I can definitely understand why. So probably not ever going to happen with that. Cool idea, but I think that 50% regression is pretty high. I mean, that is basically 12 seconds off the gen, so very close to more than half a pop, which is pretty significant. Alright, let's grab this. And let's throw on a hollow shell. Do we have any other perks worth our while? Not really. As far as this is concerned, yeah, not a lot, honestly, for us to work with. We could throw on Beast Mark instead of Homemade Muffler. But, yeah, you know, we'll do nice scratches. Not Beast Mark, sorry. Correction. Correction on that. So this will be match number 7 for the Bubs. Like I said, survivors are getting better and better, so I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if, like, by match 10, if you really feel pressured. And if no form of real gen regression, that's where it can really become tricky, right? So I think based on this, it could be that we try and get as far along with a specific killer as possible, and then move on to the next. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. There would be 3 boilers that spawn on the map, and the saboteur can activate a gas leak, which then as far as we'll see the aura of the boilers and how to fix at least one. If they don't fix one within 30 seconds, it's damaged by 1 state. Cool idea. I like it. But you're assuming survivors will actually work together, not assume that someone else is doing it. So it's not fun to play against, is the problem. Good ideas, cool ideas, just not fun to play against, and thus, for me, I will always challenge when people come up with killer ideas. Make something that's fun to play as and fun to play against. Obviously, it doesn't need to be, you know, the version of Survivor Fun, which is I win every match against said killer, but at least fun to play against in a sense that, you know, you don't feel miserable doing so. Hence why I imagine why it's a scrapped idea, not one that made it past the chopping block. I'm pretty sure she went into a locker. That's fine by me. And put you up on a hook. In fact, we can put you in basement. Alright, what are the perks? Now, you hear a survivor on that gen next to us, and that gen actually has some pretty decent progression too, which is problematic. 2 people on that gen there, 1 person on gen to my left. So these survivors actually adding some good pressure here, to say the least. And we'll grab you. That now means that 2 survivors are going to be in basement, so these survivors are now in a bit of trouble. Because I could honestly just reduce 2 survivors out of this game by staying by here. That's 1 really far off. Let's regress this gen. 1 person is within 40 meters, given the fact that we did only see 1 aura. So imagine they're going to go for the unhooks. Let's keep an eye out. Whispers is on. Let's regress this gen too. Yep, there's scratch marks. Going for basement. Good stuff. The question of the day, Does the Kate or the Jane have BT? That's really what's going to matter here. Even BT didn't matter much. Sorry to tell you. When I catch you and chainsaw back and not forward, that is going to be a nightmare to play around. Next question, do they have DS? No DS on Claude. Let's go for Dwight thereafter. As far as you work on generators above 70, 60, 50%, while injured or broken for 10 seconds after they get off. I think reduce that to 5. I could see that. That's not bad, actually. Reduce that to 5. Kind of like Mindbreaker, but for broken stats. I actually really do like that. That's kind of cool. That is a cool perk. I like it. Alright, back you go. And it looks like Claude said, enough is enough, I am out of here. Bitter Murmur shows me the location of one survivor, suggesting that Kate is still nearby. Or that she did have, BT. Doesn't matter now, though. Because Jane now has to come in for the save, but Dwight has suicided, and now we have 2 survivors left on 4 gens. No bounce landing, and down. So you're going to be my fodder, Kate, to try and find the Jane. I do need to kill off someone with endgame collapse, though, so maybe I should... If I do find Jane, slug her out, find Hatch. It would be a half bad idea. But she's within 40 meters, so I have no clue where she's at. Survivors who fail a skill check while injured makes them lose their boon totem equipping this perk. A little bit too specific, Dot Ditter. Since boon totems, we actually don't know what those are anyways. I think that, like, perks that directly counter other perks are usually not great if they don't have a benefit elsewhere, right? So I would say probably not recommended to have a perk like that. I see where you're going for, but it's meh in my opinion. Alright, let's just look around. Whisper's off. Honestly, I'm just trying to identify where a hatch is, if we can run over it. I just not at check. How about over here? Whisper's on, that's the person on hook, not the Jane. Smooth point there. Hi, Kay, how are you? Don't mind me, just looking for hatch. Let's check middle. So far, nothing. Who lives in an anchor under the sea? Mr. Krabs, right? Pretty sure that's correct. How you doing, Volcano? Hope you're doing well. What have you been up to? All right, let's go for Kate. I hate to say it, Kate, but I kind of want to kill you off. And let's go for the second chainsaw attack. 2 charges. I think taking the 3rd gen would be trigger for the injuring gen idea, like Spirit Fairy, palette destructivity. That could be kind of a cool idea, yeah? That could be kind of a cool idea. Alright, hatch time, wait. No. There's no way, right? There's no way hatch is right here, is there? I'm definitely getting the bump. Hold up. No, thank God. That'd have been just bad. Alright, now we try and locate. Oh, I hear it. I hear it. Jane does too, though, and she gets it. Ah, rough. That is rough. Oh well. Of that being said, GG, well played to these survivors. Let's take a look at their perks. Pretty much almost all tier 3 now. You know, we're now looking at Ash 1. We are seeing BT, we're seeing Quick and Quiet, we're seeing Lithe, Windows of Opportunity. So those are teachables from 4 different survivors. 1, 2, 3, and we'll make it, I think, is a general perk. That's 3 perks. 1, 2, 3. Again, 3 perks. 1, 2, 3, 4 perks. So yeah, survivors are, we're starting to see more and more survivors you know, get to the point of, whatchamacallit, getting to the point of, you know, like, playing the game pretty thoroughly. Access forbidden. Stars open chest, screen become exposed for 30 seconds, become oblivious. The reason this is so strong is because definitely there are 3 chests in trial. That could kind of be a cool idea, yeah. I mean, Hoarder is a chest-specific perk. Obviously, I haven't seen a lot of usage until a Cenobite with Hoarder. So that could kind of be cool. I could be down for that, Dot Ditter. I could be down for that, no doubt. It's not bad, not horrible though. It's very similar to some of the add-ons that the Nemesis has, for example. Hello, Sarah. How are you doing? How you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. Barbecue Jelly 3. Yes, please and thank you, but I don't have enough. Unfortunate. Loadout-wise, let's throw on another wreath. And we should be good. Any other perks that are useful? Not really at this point in time. So we'll keep it with what we have. The only thing I will say about the chest perk is very weak. Once you see it used once, you know it's there, so it's very unlikely that you'll get more than one survivor to touch a chest. So that's the only downside to that perk. Give Leon Hatch? We'll see, we'll see. I do need to kill someone with the EGC up, so... Good, but sleepy, got home and really just thinking about going straight to bed. I feel that, Sarah, I feel that. What are 4 perks for killer that give you blood points? So here's what I'm gonna say now about perks that give you blood points. Don't use any of them with the exception of barbecue and chili. At the end of the day, your blood points have a cap of 8,000 blood points per category, no matter what. The perks that give you additional blood points in those categories is still capped at 8,000 because it's increasing your in-game blood points and not your post-game blood points. So with that being said, if you're going to try and BP grind, only use barbecue and chili, nothing else. You can use other perks, but nothing else that really modifies blood points with the exception of Bloody Party Streamer, Survivor Pudding, and the Wreaths or Hollow Shells as well. Because it's Distressing, Thrill the Hunt, and... is it Beast of Prey? Thrill the Hunt. I feel like there's one more. Either ways, they're garbage. Don't use them. Don't use them. Alright. But with that being said, we are on the Treatment Theater. It's good on dock. I mean, it's good on dock, yeah. But it's good not for the blood point bonus. It's good for the sake that increases your terror radius for your shock. Legion I could see too, yeah, because it increases your Fell Frenzy or Killer Instinct range. So that's actually not bad as well, I will admit. Hey, that's awesome, Sarah. Congratulations once again on that. That's wicked awesome. Alright, well, let's chainsaw around the outside. You don't have to worry about things as much. Whispers is on as well, by the way. Let's check this gym then. Ooh. Not finding survivors this early is a bit troublesome. That was a close one. That was a close one right there. We're gonna be right up on top of those. Let's go for the single chainsaw death. Good stuff, but I'm afraid of something. I'm afraid of seeing like 3 gens pop off right now. I won't lie. They have been on gens for a while, and Treatment Theater's a rough map for Bubba. As we saw there. Let's go for the closest gen, give them that gen back there, and go for this one over here. Try and interrupt that ASAP. Alright, we see them going this way. Hello, Jane. Will you jump in the locker? Will not. You're going to try and get me tantrum. That's not going to work, though. Very rare do I tantrum, even on maps like Treatment Theater. Alright, let's keep up the pressure. We see 1, 2, and 3. Ignore that far gen. Go for the double person over here on the heel. We saw Kate and one more. There's Leon. No, it's Meg. Meg apparently wants to die, so I will certainly comply with your wishes. The perks are bad, but if you... No, so you don't understand. You don't understand, Frostboy. Perks like the Stretching Thrill the Hunt still cap out at 8,000 blood points. It doesn't matter how good you do. It still caps out those categories at 8,000 because they're in-game bonuses, not post-game bonuses. Post-game bonuses, like Barbecue and Chili, increase your overall blood point gains. In-game bonuses, like the Stressing Thrill the Hunt and so on, do not though. So do not use those perks for the sake of gaining blood points. Only do so for the sake of, you know, using their other benefits, like the stressing, increasing your terror radius, and so on. So do please keep that in mind. A lot of survivors do not. Hi, she says I give up myself to Bubba. So, you know, she will do just that. Not sure if she just wants to die or what, but hey, I'm not gonna complain. Alright, we saw a injured Jane going for the hard hook. There's double down. Let's put Jane on a hook. Maybe, you never know. You know, dying is preferable to AFK, I suppose, or DCing. And no DS from Zillion. Let's see. When in a certain vicinity of the finish generator, where's this hook? Healing speed is increased by 30, 40, 50. That might be like a boon totem perk eventually, based on what we're seeing. So be patient with that. It might be a boon totem, less of a gen-based perk. I will say heal speeds for survivors really don't need to be increased for the most part, as they are very strong to begin with. I mean, 16 seconds is not that long unless you're running Sloppy Butcher, right? Or Scourgehook on top of which. Now let's go for Kate. She's not about, so let's just chase her out. And chainsaw now. And that'll be the down. It is imagined that killers can break boon totems. I still say to this day that the reason why they did the Gnome challenge to get Gnome Chomsky and the way they did it was to test out killer break animations and kicking the gnomes, right? That is my personal belief. Yeah, Boon Totem should be coming out in the mid-chapter update, so it should be coming up soon. Funny enough. Scratch marks. Good power chop there, Leon. But won't really gain you much distance, boy. He'll go for the window. He does not go for the window. Let's get the one chainsaw down. Yep, so we are actually going to get Boon Totems as well as a new survivor, supposedly, keyword supposedly, with the mid-chapter update. The reason why it wouldn't be with the Hellraiser updates because of the licensed IP, and I'm very doubtful that the IP holders would approve of releasing a non-IP survivor alongside the Cenobite. So we should potentially be getting a new survivor and Boon Totems during the mid-chapter. They're definitely over here. Not there. Oh well. I mean, if they do another gen, then I find out where they are with, whatchamacallit, with Bitter Murmur. So, not a big deal. And fortunately, Leon, he was a wee bit too altruistic. Oh, hello, hello. That's a Jane. There's... what's it called? Deception, I think it is. And now we need to try and find Kate during the EGC and kill her off for the challenge. And Jane is supposedly within 40 meters. Oh, there she is. Perfect. Well, she gets good RNG. I think this will be it. Problem is, I need to actually start EGC, don't I? So let's leave her slugged. Sorry to do this, Gate. Normally I don't like to do this, but I want to finish this challenge for EGC. So let's go find EGC. And we can find her with Whispers thereafter. Or rather, let's find the hatch to start EGC. I normally don't like to do that, so I do apologize ahead of time. But you have some time to relax, I suppose. So far nothing. Could be in middle. We have no information on boon totems beside the point that survivors are able to choose the location of them by blessing an existing totem in the map. That's all we know about boon totems right now. Alright, let's throw a hatch. Then Whispers will guide me to Kate. Whispers on, so she's over in like this direction still. Hi there, up we go. While taking protection from an injured survivor, the killer's recovery from a successful basic hit is increased by 1 to 3%. The user does not gain sprint burst when taking a protection hit. Too strong. The lack of sprint burst or momentum from taking the hit is way, way more powerful than you think it is. But GG, well played to these survivors. That should have completed the challenge. Perfect. Love it when you see it. And now we're seeing all tier 3 perks. So yeah, MMR is starting to slowly but surely get us there. Slowly but surely. Now let's get this challenge done. Compendium 1, chapter 1. And disturb 25 crows. We can do that. Not a problem in the slightest. Alright, club up time. Let's take a look. Barbecue and chili 3. Yes, please and thank you. And we're at level 21 now, so we are getting that much closer to level 35. Too much for taking aggro? Yes. Yes, that can be very, very, very punishing. So I think that is too strong in that situation. Sorry to say. There's still 16 blood points, or 16,000 rather, left. Let's grab the Sour Pudding. And Spies from the Shadows. Let's see. Let's run Beastmark, and let's run the Sour Pudding. Let's take a look at PJ. I feel like I recognize that name. Their profile is private, so no way for me to tell how many hours they have. But if you want to give them a quick shout out, that would be much appreciated. As always, if they are alive, please do not mention that we are their TTV killer. They, of course, will find this out at the end of the match, whether they survive or die. And still think these are the best perks that I have in hand as of this moment, so let's keep it as is. And our challenge is just to disturb 25 crows. We can do that pretty easily. Out of curiosity, they are not live? Oof. Unfortunate. Alright. Ooh, a secret offering suggesting maybe a Shroud of Binding. Or potentially a Shroud of Separation, or is it Vigo Shroud? Survivor Mori? Oh no, yeah. Hold on 1 second. Hey, Giraffe, could I have you handle something? Yeah, I saw it. I'll send it to you guys real quick. Hold on 1 second. I should just put this in Enforcers. Yeah, no, Zappies, I just checked it. Sorry, was currently during stream. I just sent it over to enforcers, so Alex and Giraffe, you could do me a favor and see what Zappy sent and address it accordingly. Would be appreciated. Zappies, if you could work with them to just provide them all information that they need, whether that be evidence, screenshot, or otherwise, that'd be much appreciated. Yep, I have already sent it over to enforcers, so no reason for you to worry. I have faith that they'll be able to take care of it. Alright, Whispers is on. This gen is really cranked out fast, and that is scary, but we'll get a double down for it, so less worrisome in comparison. So good news, bad news, I do suppose. Let's put you on hook. So that's probably a brand new part based on that timing, more likely than not, one person in the middle. No footsteps for the incoming save, so we're good there. There's the unhook. And one person actually nowhere to be seen. Crows go off over by Shack. I see two people behind rock. There's Yoon and the Dwat. Or not Yoon, probably Meg? Meg or Fingmin. Hard for me to say which. Looks like he's still playing the loop. Let's go for Fangmin here. And where's she heading off to? He's playing this loop. Yep, let's do that. She does have a vault, but does not use it, so we can chainsaw dash ×2. Close but no cigar. We need our third for the LT. There's the vault again. There's the third vault. T-wall is now blocked off. We can chainsaw dash 1 into a down. Perfect. And let's take a look at where everyone's at. We see one person middle, one person on that far gen. Let's go to middle first. Try and pressure this gen ASAP. Gen has some decent progress to begin with. With no gen aggression, that could be troublesome. Now, we're gonna have to probably play a little bit more aggressively this match based on what we're seeing here. They are actually getting gens done pretty freaking quickly, and that is scary for me. First gen was definitely a brand new parts based on the 3-man on it. Did not take them long to do it in the slightest. Based on that, no information on barbecue. Let's check the gen real quick. Scratch marks downstairs. We did see that. And save the day. Thank you much for the follow. Welcome to the Guilty Ones, my friend. I am Mark, aka Guildspire. I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player, here to teach kills how to play killer, and survivors how to play against killer. Very happy to have you here. Let's get that second survivor into the basement. When they touch the gen, we're gonna bop that again. And Dreamy, thank you much for the bit. I appreciate it, mate. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, we see 1 and 2 over there. We could end the game as we speak. Might not be a half bad idea. So let's head over this way. Try and identify where these survivors are. We saw them to the left of that tree back there. Perfect. There's the Dwight. There's the down. Alright, we're now in a pretty good position. Let's hook him and then go for the down on the Fang Min over in basement, because she's going to be going for that unhook, I do imagine. So let's try and hook him on the way. We also may have just found Hatch as well. There's number 1. There's number 2. And number 3 is not out yet, actually. So let's start with the blockers over here. Let's see if she knows her timing. That will be the question of the day, and answer is no. Up we go there, Fangman me girl. Well, and a full basement tree, but close enough. 3/4 of one. Now the DS on Meg. Meg is now dead. And last but not least is the Yoonjin. Yoonjin. Where might the Yoonjin be? And Dreamy Breezy, thank you much for the follow. Welcome to the Gilty ones, my friend. Very happy to have you here. And thank you for the additional bit. I do appreciate it. Well, I guess once everyone's dead, I can figure out where the Yoonjin is based on, whatchamacallit? Based on whispers. Not here. Okay, it's on now, so over in this vicinity. Let's take a look. So far nothing. Whispers off again. Whispers back on. Could be over this way. Honestly, maybe I should just find Hatch at this point. I should probably just find Hatch and call it a day. Oh. Wow, you actually made it pretty far, didn't you there? Up we go. And onto a Fugo as well. Not bad at all. But with that being said, that'll be another 4K for the Bubba. Not bad, not bad. And we'll get some good blood points here with Barbecue and Chili 3 as well. But GG, well played to the survivors. How many crows did we disturb that match? Only 5? Really? Well, that is surprising. That is a wee bit surprising, not gonna lie. But on to the next match. Alright, let's ready on up. Let's go into our blood web, since we do have a decent number of blood points available to us. Ooh. Maybe I should have went through the blood web a little bit earlier. Alright, let's grab Noah. And 25,000. We can definitely get through this. Noah 2. Alright, looks like we're good there. Let's throw on the Wreath. And let's throw on... Ooh. We don't have anything to really help out there, so I guess we'll go with the Grease. Why the hell not? As far as perks are concerned, I mean, Noed is cheeky. We could run it. Not that we need it, I don't think. But it could help us out in dire straits, to be fair. So if we run... We could take off Whispers and throw on Noed instead. Just took off Sloppy. I mean, I don't like the perk, but it might not be a bad idea just for safety's sake. It's not like we really have many other perks to use, so why the hell not, right? Does Bubba really need Noed? Probably not. Could it help out in dire straits? Absolutely. Alright, alright. And I believe this is game number 10 that we're about to jump into, so not bad. We're already Ash 1, so we're well on to our way to the next tier, which there's what? How many tiers total? 5 or 4? I think there's 5 tiers. There's Ash, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Eerie, right? That sounds about right. Ash, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Eerie. So we'll be 1/5 of the way through with our challenge on day 1, at the very least. And I will say one thing that is nice, we actually can't go down tiers anymore, right? Once we hit bronze, we can't go back to ash. So that is kind of nice in that regard, to where we aren't going to be able to D-pip either in those type of scenarios. I think you can D-pip in your current rank. So if you're like rank 1 or ash rank 1, you can D-pip in that scenario. Mother's dwelling again. The game's throwing some difficult maps to us, I will say. Very large maps at that. That's where Whispers would have actually come in handy. So, unfortunately, I did take that off for a no in this scenario. Check gens, nothing here. Nothing up in middle. Check all our line of sight gens first. Sounds like they're right here, and that is a David. So let's chainsaw him down. Let's see, sprint burst. Maybe no sprint burst, but a wee bit laggy, I'll tell you what. Now let's put you onto hook. Yeah, definitely a bit laggy. Just a wee bit. Now let's move over towards this gen now. I do see someone in middle. I did see that. I do see someone on a gen, though. We want to prioritize gens before chases. Let's go for the gen. Try and pressure them off of that. There's the hook. That's fine. 8 seconds off of that generator, and we do see a Yui. In fact, I think we see 2 people here. So Yui there, 1 person here. That is the Ash. I think 1 chainsaw should get us down. You know what, slugging, you know what, she's not close enough. Let's just pick her, pick him up, and then go after the next person off of barbecue. One person in the middle, and 1 person on that far gen. A little bit painful to have to go all the way back over to that far gen, but not the end of the world. We can make some good distance with the chainsaw dashes. It sounds like they are working on middle ever so slightly. I do think this might be David. It is, and he's still injured, so we can M1 him down. Call it a day on that. Get some sloppy butcher value, I do suppose. Alright. Applied sloppy butcher. It's going to make it harder for them to heal him after the unhook. Going to take them 20 seconds in place of 16. I imagine they're going to probably double up on that gen that they unhooked next to. Yep, exactly that. So now we're going to chainsaw dash back. There's 1 and 2. 1 person still injured. That is the Ash. And we do see someone in Smoke's house. Or Smoke Shack, rather. Let's go for Leon. Sloppy Butcher once again applied. Bit of a decent loop that he has here we need to play around, which is unfortunate, not that in the world. Okay, let's fatigue out here. Saw that one coming a mile away, so we charge that up. He'll go for the vault. Doesn't even look behind him. And Davey, thank you much for the follow. Welcome to Guilty Ones, my friend. Very happy to have you here. We're going to keep our distance. Don't have enough charges for the chainsaw. And down we go. Alright, let's put you up on a hook and figure out where these survivors are. They spend 20 seconds healing with David. Good stuff. And we see a Ash trying to heal himself meanwhile. So let's go for him. Oh, Ashy boy. In the lock you are. Perfect. Let's grab you. And let's put you onto the hook. Try and get some more barbecue and chili info on these survivors. Don't see him going to the unhook yet. Now I do. Let's chainsaw dash for that. I believe that is the Yui. Let's go for Yui over the Leon. That's gonna be 1 time and chase. Let's vault with her. She'll go to the right. Pallet is gone. She has window on her left. Will she take it? She does not. Instead, she goes up. Goes for the drop down. We'll drop down with her. And let's chainsaw dash for distance once again. Now, what's that item in her hand? It kind of looked like a key, potentially. There's the drop down. Back inside. Middle gen has some mild progress. Bitter Murmur is now active. 2 people over there. We're good. Alright, so keep that in mind that we're going to be on our way over here. I hear an injured Leon not too far away, and I do see a David to my left as well. Let's go for him and kill him off. Yep, that's fine. We'll tantrum, and we'll also get the down. And David should be dead at this point in time. Let's get another barbecue and chili trigger and find out where these M1able survivors are at. All 3 on middle. That is shocking right there. UV drops down and goes back up. Interesting choice. Ash has now been healed. He dropped down. There's Leon. Only person who was not healed was the Yui. Let's go for Leon boy. Need to get him into a chase ASAP. Game. I definitely been distance. Alright, perfect. You think the buffering's going? That's awesome. Happy to hear that, Frostboy. Alright, let's put you on hook. These survivors, once again, are pressuring gens pretty well at this point, so good on them. We are down to the final 2, so I do need to be wary of that fact. It always leaves after 2 hours. That is very peculiar. Alright, no information on barbecue. Check this gen. 8 seconds off it. That is the Yui with sprint burst. Fatigue out here since she's in Smoke Shack. We'll vault with her. Are you having a bad day, Slashy? I'm sorry to hear that. If there's anything that I or the Guilty Ones can do to support you, please don't hesitate to let us know, my friend. Let's get the down. Sorry for getting heated. You're all good, Zappies. No worries, my friend. In the future, if I'm not available, or just in general, chain of command goes to my enforcers first and then to me. I'm the judge, jury, and executioner, but they are, well, they are the enforcer of the rules. So if my partner's not doing great, I'm really sorry to hear that, Slashy. You know, I understand that things like that can be really, really tough and really, really hard to go through. I can't, imagine what you're going through in this scenario. Just know that if there's anything that I or the Guilty Ones can do to help, please don't hesitate to let us know, alright? Oh, no worries, Zappies, no worries. And thank you for being patient and allowing my enforcers to work with you. Let's chainsaw dash for distance. That's the T-wall. That's fine, everyone's on death hook, so we're in a good spot here. I forget if you have Dead Hard. Don't think so. Alright, unless they're both on separate gens and are able to get them done simultaneously, I think we should be good. Love you too, Slashy. Love you too. Alright, 2 people on 1 gen. They're trying to force that one out. Let's chainsaw dash there, ASAP. Yeah, if you ever need anyone to talk to, I'm sure the Guilty Ones would be more than happy to, help out on a DM as well. Alright, there's Yui, there's Ash. Ash, you really can't body block a Bubba for obvious reasons. Now we're just gonna hook him and force Yui to go for Hatch, supposedly, if she knows where it is. She's over in Smoke Shack, that's fine. Ash is a gamer, apparently. And maybe he's trying to activate Metal Man. It was not successful. It was not successful, that is for sure. No scratch marks suggesting that she's left. So it's possible that she may have jumped into locker. Reduces the length of a tantrum. Nothing really too beneficial for obvious reasons. So you don't really see it used all too often. Alright, Eevee, let's make up some distance with the chainsaw dashes. Oh, Eevee. Very heading off to my girl. On Death Hook, he really is a gamer? Exactly. Alright, she'll vault. And down she goes. How's one become a mod, if I may ask? It is. There's no mod request on my personal stream. On COTF there is mod applications. But here it really is just being a really good part of the community, being a positive influence on the community at that, and someone that I can trust to uphold my standards. That is really what it is. But GG, well played to these survivors. Do I need mods in COTF? Not right now. Probably not. We might in the future, depending. But we'll see. We'll take it one step at a time. And we are officially bronze 4. Not bad at all. We still have only disturbed 14 crows between 2 matches. That is rough. Which is why everyone's confused I'm a mod. Not in the slightest. Yo, what's up, Davey? A member of OD, seen you was live. Just want to come by, drop a follow. I appreciate it, Davey. Thank you. That does mean a lot. We are just in time for day 1 of the Hardcore Killer Challenge. Having a ton of fun, to say the least. Let's grab you. I guess we grab that one. Ooh, everyone's readied up already. That's a little bit scary. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit scared about that. Let's go through here. 25. Let's grab Noed 3. Alex is a great mod, 100%. I love my mod team. They do a fantastic job. Alright. And enough blood points. We should be good. Double check our blood point offerings. Double check our add-ons. Nothing really worth our while. So let's ready on up. We see a map. We see 2 medkits and a toolbox to boot. Let's take a look. I want to see how many hours these people have. We have no information on Big Bounce because their profile is private. Jeff, on the other hand, is also private. And what about Blue, the Fangmin? They have only 400 hours on record, which is not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, very, very curious to see what comes of MMR, because this is going to be our 11th match now. Yeah, 11th match. We've gotten some very quick matches, to say the least. We're getting very close to unlocking Bubba's Teachables. We're aiming for level 35 for Barbecue and Chili to hand over to another killer, so we can get their Teachables a little bit faster as well. It's a decent info perk, right? The question is who I'm going to go for next. Would that be Plague? Would that be Clown, Hag, what have you, right? I'm in a good position, I'm saying, in work-wise, because I need to put in a little bit more hours of Uber. Yeah, it can be rough. It can be rough with jobs. I fully understand that, being unemployed currently. Do I know who Angry Pug is? The name sounds familiar, yeah. I can't say for certain I know who they are or what they do, but the name sounds familiar for sure. Scratch marks over into school, good stuff. And where are we heading off to? I hear breathing downstairs. No, they're over there to the right. So we're not gonna play in downstairs in school. We're gonna go for Bill here instead. That's 3 charges to go for him. Good one for Pellet, didn't make it in time though. So let's hook him up, get some barbecue chili info. And let's try and find David Boy. The Feng Min and Zarina. One person downstairs in House of Pain, everyone else within 40 meters. That is a thing. Okay, there's the unhook. We're going to ignore Feng Min. The survivors back here are much more out in the open in comparison. I could have sworn I hit him, so I was going to go for Bill thereafter, but no dice. Alright, David down. Feng Min's still on Jen. Let's keep that in mind. We hear that Jen to my left really cranking out, so that's the Feng Min. Know what on Bubba when his chainsaw makes him faster and breaks pallets instantly? Hey, you know, I don't exactly have many good perks working for me right now, I'll be honest. Need to take this a bit wide, because these bushes have a really awkward hitbox as seen there. Unfortunate. So let's pop this real quick. Honestly, I don't have much of a reason to step away from this hook right now. I do see a survivor over here on the right. There's Billboy. Let's go for Billboy. I was hoping that we do end up with a second stage progression on David. Even if not, we do know where they are, and they're in a pretty bad position to boot. Barbecue Chili shows me a whole lot of nothing, so they're all within 40 meters. Very possible that Feng Min is still around. David's fully healed, no reason for me not to go for him. And let's see what we can get here. Esop has going to respect that pallet. Good job on his part. So you drop it now. Still doesn't drop it. Still doesn't drop it. Come on, drop it. You know you want to, David. And let's ignore him for a second. Go for Feng Min, who is going to go behind me. Oh, move that gem that she's working earlier. This could have been a mistake. Indeed it was. Excellent. It is NOED. It is indeed. It is indeed. I don't use it often, but I don't exactly have many good perks with me right now. 1, 2, perfect. That is a David, as well as a Zarina. David, me boy, where are we going? You want to play downstairs? You do want to play downstairs. I don't want to play downstairs. Oh, you didn't. I'm surprised. If you want to loop around this hook, be my guest, David. I do not mind one bit. Really? David, you do realize the longer that we do this, the less likely she's getting off the hook before the second stage hits, right? Sorry, Feng Min. Didn't mean to hit you there. Good pallet drop by David. And David has BT based on the way that Feng Min's playing, so let's down him. And we know that 3 survivors were off of gens during this point in time, so not bad, all things considered. Would have loved to have her go to second stage, but oh well. I can't complain too much. Green Chili shows me one person on gen, but we do see scratch marks back here. Going over to this gen. Feng Min desperately trying to get this gen finished, it looks like. That gen, I don't think has a lot of progress on it. And there's Feng Min, fully healed. Let's go for her. That's number 3. Sorry to say, Feng Min, but you can't escape that. So let's pick you up. No barbecue, or not barbecue and chili. No decisive strike there. Perfect. Like I said, would love for you to go on the second stage. That'll be your death here. That's 1, 2, 3 over on 2-story while we speak. How do you want to pressure 2-story is the question. Let's regress this real quick. And honestly, you don't need to break that door yet. Hey there, Bill. A bit of an interesting move, my boy. Not gonna lie, not gonna lie. But I'm not gonna complain. I see David up there as well, staring down at the billboy. David! Where'd you go, my bud? He was definitely up here. Hi, David! Well, keep in mind, Slashy, right now, this is actually a fresh new account, so MMR is going to be kind of off, obviously. I'm just curious to see how quickly MMR catches me up to survivors that are my level on my main account. That's the real question. There's Rena. Our thoughts on a survivor perk that makes specifically protectionists a chance not to injure? No, that can be abused way too easily, my friend. Like, way too easily. I did make a Smurf account. You know, I figured that if we're gonna do the hardcore killer challenge, let's do it for real. With the only exception, the only change to the rules that I made was that survivors can leave via the hatch if they're the last survivor left. It's such a miserable experience for people to be slugged out for the 4K, and it's something that I don't enjoy either from a killer perspective, so I opted to just ignore that. And most times, if they end up getting hatched, it's literally when they couldn't have won otherwise. So, I'm not exactly all too hard-pressed about that change. 1 through hatch should always be a rule? I think so, yeah. Because sometimes RNG just can't be helped, and that's the thing. Right now we have it set to, if 2 survivors leave through a hatch with a key, that counts as a loss. 1 through hatch is perfectly fine at endgame. I could care less. Because, like, they are dead unless they got through hatch, right? Like, that is the long and short of it. They are dead unless they can get to hatch. Hello. Goodbye. And up we go, Zarina. Played against Thiepers and Swift, and... Hold on one second. Where do I have a hook? And 2 of them brought Meat Plant, and I brought Haddonfield, and the map was Haddonfield. Yep, a biggest thing that people forget about is the fact that the offerings, they don't stack, and they only have a chance to bring you to that place, and it's not guaranteed. So kind of a cool thing to keep in mind. A lot of survivors do forget about that. Around there, a lot of players do, not even survivors. Hatch has a loss unless all gens are done, but that's me. Yeah, it's kind of my opinion as well. Even then, I don't really care too much about that. Because if I'm patrolling exit gates, then, you know, they can't do much about that. But GG, well played to these survivors. Hey, we finished off the crows, and ooh, brand new parts was in play. I did not even realize, to be honest with you. Did not even realize. What are your thoughts on a perk? On a perk? What do you mean, on a perk? Are you talking about the Protectionate one? Like, are you asking, like, do I have a perk idea? Off the top of my head, I do not know. Alright, sacrifice 5 survivors to an entity. We can do that. And let's go... Actually, why do I have this? Oh, Wraith has been added. Okay, so apparently we have, quote-unquote, finished the tutorial. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, level 28. We are 7 levels away from unlocking Barbecue Chili and other killers' blood webs. Going pretty well, Chastity. Going pretty well. We're doing the hardcore killer challenge right now. We're starting off with Mr. Baba. So having a good old time, honestly. I'll then take the fact of not being able to cleanse Pinhead's totems for as so long it's own perk for any hex. Let's grab... Alright, let's see here. Guess we put on the grease again, and we throw on another wreath. All day. Yeah, right now we have not lost any of our matches. We're 11 matches in on Bronze 4, about to be Bronze 3. MMR's been improving a little bit here and there. It's really hit or miss, to be honest. The biggest thing that I'm curious about with MMR Hardcore Killer Challenge on a Smurf account is how quickly we end up being placed against survivors that are truly my level. You know, how quickly will MMR say, oh, you're a Smurf? You need to be placed here and not here. Right? You're normally a top 5%. You don't belong in the bottom 95. Oh, what is a perk? Like, make up what we're doing? I don't really have anything off the top of my head, to be honest. Bubba on Ormond, though, I love it. Bubba on any open map is not bad, as long as you're using your chainsaw for distance consistently. And dreaming much for the hydrate. And Crasher Drone, thank you much for the follow. Welcome to the Guilty Ones, my friend. I am Mark, aka Guiltspire. I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player, here to teach codes how to play Killer and survivors how to play against Killer. Very happy to have you here. As belonging to Bomb 95, fly free, my survivor friends, fly free. Yeah, I, on the other hand, very much do not belong there. No doubt about that. Alright. Oh. So the question of the day is how quickly we can rank up on our first day. I mean, we're flying through the ranks so far. We are flying through the ranks, no doubt about that. Temple Purgation, thank God not another mother's dwelling. Alright, let's start chainsawing around. Just don't want to get into sweatband territory. Fair. I can understand that. I can understand that. Alright, no survivors so far. No scratch marks. Keep rotating. Seems like they're on this gen. Did they leave early? They did not. My thing then. That's a down. Ooh, I almost got that timing right to be able to follow that up, but we'll still get her down, I think. I was just going to go and bop the gen meanwhile, but that works too. I'll take the double down. That's very good early on. So let's go and pick up Claude thereafter. Let's see where they are on barbecue and chili, of course. They're over on that gen. So let's pick you up and hook you on the way. Hi, sorry, a little bit too close there, Dwight. A little bit too close, my friend. You don't want to do that. That's the third down now. Just watch you scare the streamer I was watching. Love to show support for people who help out kids. I appreciate that, Crasher. If you don't mind, tell my mods here who the streamer was. We'll give them a shout out. We're always here to support other Dead by Daylight streamers. We shout out every single TTV that we see in lobby. So would love to stop on by, say hi, and drop on follow as well. Any practice killers you're bad with when you're a high rank killer? There isn't a single killer that I would potentially say that I am bad with is the problem. Like there's a couple. There is whatchamacallit. There's Billy and Huntress I still need to work on. Honestly, it's just playing the game. Alright, up we go. Ooh, so Fangman said, screw the Dwight, I am out of here. The question of the day, though, is where is Claire? There is Claire. And Dreaming, thank you much for the bits. I appreciate it, mate. Thank you. Good stuff. Can you make it? Yeah, you do. Second stage, that's fine. We're already in a very commanding position right now. She'll vault down, we'll drop over. We'll commit to Claire so we can get our 4 stack of barbecue, shall we? Shields back, we'll shred. And shields back, we have 2 charges. Let's go for her now. Yes, MMR is killer specific, that is accurate. So hence why I think that the Hardcore Killer Challenge could potentially be easier than what it was before. And man, I love this Claire. I love when survivors feed Bubba pallets like this. It is so good. Is the game still survivor-sided? Absolutely. The thing is that survivors at the highest levels are always going to outplay a killer. Killers win off the mistakes of survivors. That is just a matter of fact in my opinion. This Claire is interesting, though. She's actually running this LT wall kind of well. So this is actually kind of peculiar. We'll get the hit. That's fine. Yeah, no, you do you, Claire. You do you. She'll go back to the LT. There's another one. And if you do that, you'll lock out of the T-wall. So we're in a good position here. She now has to go to the L. And now she's locked out of the L and the T. So she's kind of in a weak position, all things considered. Unless she has Dead Hard, I don't think she makes it to that pallet. Overall, really good heads-up plays by this Claire. And that there scares me. That worries me that we're going to get much better loopers. We see nothing on barbecue? That is shocking. Let's check these shits over here. They're so good at hesitation plays, like knowing that the killer doubles back before vaulting. It's something that a lot of times, and here's the biggest thing, it's a lot of guessing. It's not as simple as I know, but I think that based on the way that the killer is playing, they're going to do X, Y, and Z. You will see me do it as well in games as Survivor. Obviously, Aaron has a lot more experience than I on Survivor side. But the biggest thing is that it is very much mind games and predicting movement. It is not as simple as, you know, you get good at Survivor, you can do that all the time. Also, always remember, whether it be Twitch streamers or YouTubers, you know, their content is cherry-picked. So the content that you see is the best content that they have to provide. Is mind games hold W? The funny thing is, you say that, and that is not wrong sometimes. That is a accurate statement. I will not joke you in that regard. Alright, let's regress this real quick. I actually don't mind when main gen goes, because that opens up loops for me on main building or middle here. But I think both Claude and Dwight are dead on hook. I'm pretty sure. So this will be good. 2 dead on 1 gen done. 1 person on that gen. That's fine by me. Hi, Claudie girl. Yep, another gen done. That's fine. Bit of Murmur shows me where they are. There's no gens near them, so a bit unfortunate. Barbecue and Chili will keep their location in mind. And that's 1 person at Shack. 1 person to the far side there. Let's go for them. They're out in no man's land. Hello there, survivors. There's literally no pallets out here, so it's actually a great position for me to be in. As long as we can find them, that's the hard part. Based on how far back they were, they might actually be over here. Let's take a look. We knew their general location. I don't... Oh, there they are. I was gonna say I don't know where they went, so good news. A little bit early on that chainsaw dash, but we're good. I'm playing bottom of the plague, tower. Even good besides the one semi-good pallet and still needs a gen to be completed to get to it. Are you talking about plague on Temple of Purgation? And trying to get to one of your powers? Yeah, it can be kind of rough of RNG. Alright, let's take a look over here. Wow, that's still regressing. That's been a while since I popped that. Nothing over here. Imagine they're going back to the unhook soon. I would not be surprised in the slightest. Well, let's make our way back. Nope, nothing. Oh, there they are. Perfect. Let's go for Claire. The bottom temple and the pallets. What about the bottom temple and pallets? There's Claire. There's mind game. I lost her at some point. I was mind gaming ensuring that I didn't tantrum the barrel, and she must have flicked back at some point. Good stuff, honestly. Really good stuff. Walking there did force that. Are they worth going for? I mean, if you're caught out in the bottom, it's not a bad place to be. They're not strong pallets, but they're not weak pallets either. As long as you're using for distance and not to dodge a hit. If you're trying to mind game that pallet, you're in a really bad position, all things considered. But if you're just trying to make distance, like what Claire's doing here by throwing pallet early, it's not bad. Overall, though, if you're playing on Temple, I really don't recommend, I don't recommend doing Temple Purgation Generator unless you absolutely have to. because it is actually a generator that opens up loops for the killer on top side. Yeah, pretty much. You are 100% correct with that statement. They're trying to give me a tantrum. No dice, though. I mean, honestly, hey, God Palette is just meant to be there to stop a Hell State or Hook State. Hey, what's up, Ocean? How you doing, my friend? Hope you're doing well. By the way, did High Surveillance ask you the question regarding sending over VODs for IA to one of the IA members? If not, let me know and we can discuss it further. But I just want your confirmation and as the captain of IA in that situation. Alright, Fangman, unfortunately you're not gonna make it out alive, my dear. You're gonna vault. Yes, you are. Perfect. And now you're caught out in the middle of nowhere, so time to die. Perfect. Do I do customs on Fridays? We don't do customs on Fridays. We do Kill Your Friends events based on goals that we hit. This Friday we actually have a community movie night. So we will not be streaming here. Instead, we'll be over on Discord watching some movies together. So that should be a lot of fun. So if you haven't already, make sure to join the Discord. But GG, well played to these survivors. Hey, what's up, Frosty? How you doing, my friend? GG's. All right. You're the Dwight's glasses. Oh, gotcha. I thought for a second that maybe you were actually in the match, Frosty. I was like, well, you never know. You know, we are running a Smurf. Land Before Time. No, we're going to be doing some horror movies. I'm actually thinking if the Silent Hill series is on Netflix, we might do Silent Hill. And Dreaming Breezy, thank you much for the bits. I appreciate it, mate. I'm the Claire. I was in the match. Yeah, so we might do Silent Hill, Alex. We might do Silent Hill. I was like, ooh, you know, we could do that. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Just wanted to loop like the Claire. Gotcha. Alright, need one more kill or one more sacrifice for that challenge. Let's go on in here. Alright, we're already at level 30. 5 levels away from barbecue and chili, guys. Really good stuff, actually. Only the second one's on Netflix? That sucks. That's dumb. If you're gonna have the second one, you might as well have the first one too, right? Alright. We're at 8,032. Let's... I guess we'll just grab that for now. Or we can grab this too. Devout Wreath, and... I guess home... I don't know, we have knife scratches. We'll go for knife scratches. That's actually pretty good. We're picking things. I was... Hash win GG. Dropped me a couple times. A couple of times I remember he dropped me in some basement, some person with nails in his head came out of the blue. I recommend the Fear Street trilogy. We could aim for that, yeah? We could aim for that. I'll be taking a look at Netflix and choosing a few things. If you guys do want to suggest some movies, however, we do have the events channel where you guys can put in some suggestions. What are you looking forward to in the next week or two? What am I looking forward to? Like in general, in life, or DBD? Because how long has it been between the release of Pinhead and mid-chapter update in life? Honestly... There's not, like, anything that, like, is standing out to me, because a lot of my day is just wake up, stream, eat, rinse, repeat, right? Like, streaming is my, no sausage party simple. There isn't really anything that, like stands out, in my opinion. But, honestly, I love streaming, so I can't complain. You're my chair. You are my biggest supporter. You are right. Diablo Resurrected is coming out. Ooh, interesting. But yeah, personally for me, there isn't like too much that like I can think of. But with that being said, Let's take a look-see on how these survivors do. Cats 2019. I mean, that is a horror movie. You're not wrong. I was dead by daylight. Yes, you know, at the end of the day, there's no winning against that. No winning against that. Alright. Father Campbell's Chapel. I'll take that over Disturb board any day. Well, let's see how well these survivors do. We're only 4 levels away. We're only 4 levels away. So let's try and make sure we're winning. 8 seconds off that gen. Really quick find. Great stuff. Imagine they're going to be on the pallet. Nope, they are not. There is the Fang Min. And that is a sprint burst. That gives me time to charge my chainsaw. Good stuff. And enough time for the hit. No, that's going to be a spine chill, I think. I think that may have been a wee bit of a spine chill. She vaults again, however. We'll take it. And we'll lock ourselves out of that window. Alright, taking too long on this chase, though on the LT, there's Bill as well. Bill, you can't really body block for Fang Min. I'm sorry to tell you. That just ain't a thing you can do. So I'll take the hit and the Bill. Not happening. You want to play a game here, Fang Min. Let's see if you're paying attention to where you're going. Oh, Bill's not even struggling. Great job. Barbecue and Chili shows me one person middle. We could go for Fang Min. She is injured, but we're going to go for middle first. Slow on gen. We always want to go for gens before chases, even if we don't have any real gen regression to speak of. Alright, you got bounce landing. You do not, so you will be going down, Bill. Very similar fashion as your twin. Yeah, you know, body blocking Bubba, it's not usually a great idea. There are reasons for that. Alright, up we go. Let's go find where they're at. Keep up the pressure. And looks like they're healing under hook. Looks like they're going to try and double heal the Fang Min as well. So let's fatigue out real quick. Make sure we are charged up. Door there, yes. Good to know. Hello, survivors. How you doing? There's Bill and Dwight. Let's go to Bill again. He has no DS since he was working on the Fang Min. So we're going to put him back on hook. Shows the description. Thank you, I appreciate it. Sorry, not a moth. And we don't have the Mothspire emote just yet, Fang Min. No Mothspire emote just yet. Sprint burst against Bubba, not a great idea. I'm going to be real with you, Fang Min. It does not last as long as you think it does. So we're going to put you on hook now. And that will be Barbecue and Chili's stack number 3. And we see them both healing on that side. They don't have much time to go for the unhook, in fact. Because I think Bill is hit with Sloppy Butcher as well, so that takes 20 seconds for the heal. I hear one person to my right. Maybe. Yep, I did. Scratch marks. That is the Bill on F-hook. Go for it, mate. That is fine by me. You're caught onto a major dead zone, so you are in a world of hurt. I think we can get him on one chainsaw. Yeah, we can get him on one chainsaw. We can definitely do that. Person on the hook dies. Bill, where are you going now? See if you have DS, maybe? Nope, no DS. Who have we not hooked yet? Dwight? Yeah, we have not hooked Dwight, so we need to go for him next. Alright, looks like they're healing the Fang Min. That's gonna take 16 seconds. With my comp killer debut the other night, I'd say so, Ocean, absolutely. Do you think you operate like Billy or something? Maybe, I don't know. A lot of survivors don't know how to play around Bubba, to be honest, when it comes to chainsaw tantrums. So, it is a thing. Alright, once again, let's see what you can do sprint first. Oh, not a lot. Not a lot. Put you up on hook. Unless he had that good old DS. Dwight is heading for the unhook on Bill, so we'll know exactly where he is. And let's chainsaw for distance once again. Let's go for Dwight. I really do want my 4-stack of barbecue so we can get to rank or level 35 on Bubba. But that's Bill. That's not who we want. Dwight was over here too. But I don't know where he is now. He could be going for the unhook. He is. Perfect. Let's wait, and then chainsaw dash. Mind thing Min has sprint first. We can't double this. We can definitely go for glide. Alright, Dwight Boy, what's the game plan now? Did he vault? He did. He didn't really gain much distance from it, though. Let's run the chainsaw. We'll commit to it. Why not? Ooh, that loop is a bit of a nightmare with that gen beam there. That actually really does clog up my chainsaw dashes. Where did he go? Oh, he went this way on the L wall. Look at that one. Why does that work, but hits don't? It's all based on timing. Hits can still work over pallets. It's all based on hit validation and the timing when you draw the pallet, though. That's the biggest thing. It's not as simple as they work or don't work. It's simply based on when the server says, hey, this is when X, Y, and Z happened. That's all. It's all server-based. Nothing short of it. Give him the pallet. I'll use it. There on. And let's go for White Boy again. He actually is lasting relatively long, so good job there, Tweet Boy. Going up now and dropping down. Bounce landing or no? No bounce landing. Ooh, a key! No, thank you. Hit validation is evil. Honestly, I like hit validation. I think the inclusion of it has actually been a really good influence on the game as a whole. Have any teams finished all the gens? No. So far, not a single team has finished all the gens. Close. They've gone down to 1 gen, but not 0. Scratch marks. Going where? They stopped abruptly. Oh, hold on. Scratch marks here again. Blood. Going for the unhook. I mean, I guess that's either one of them. Both of them are injured. Yeah, Bubba's a very nuanced killer too that not a lot of survivors know how to play against, so. Billy perk on Bubba, when you break a pallet, it only does 1 state on the survivor. Thoughts? Low per on Bubba, honestly, that would be terrifying. It would actually be really OP. It would probably become his best perk, hands down. So I'm gonna say hard pass on that one. Cool in theory, but really, really strong. Yeah, what's up, Zero? How you doing today, my friend? Bitter Murmur and Barbecue. That is a thing. Min holding her sprint first. That's a thing. Let's try and intercept her on this corner. Yep, I see her. Perfect. Help? What do you need help with there, Alex? There we go. Toss my backwards because I realized I had on all day to hit the cat. Yeah, Cat's not gonna be too happy about that. You know, cats usually do not need bras. You're gonna have to make sure you give Sammy extra scritches for that one. Alright, there's Sweet Boy. Yeah, he's going from right to left towards Jack. Let's make our way over here. You're healing, I guess? That's fair. I saw something was happening in the Discord. I didn't know what it was exactly, though. Alright, Wheat Boy. Game plan. I'll drop. Well, you were going to. And up we go onto the hook. Not everyone who has breast is necessarily female or identifies as such, so not necessarily, no. I believe Alex goes by they, them, or non-binary. 70 mile per hour accident at work? Oh, that sucks, Zero. I'm really sorry to hear that. Well, I do hope that healed quick, my friend. But GG, well played to these survivors. Alright, good stuff. And we did get another challenge finished, another 4K underneath Bubba's belt. Love it. And with that being said, let's take a look at our challenge. I think that's only 15,000 blood points. Nothing too fantastic, but it's something. Compendium 1, Chapter 1. And now we need to kill all survivors in the trial by any means. We can definitely do that. We can definitely do that. Checking out a friend's Minecraft stuff. No worries, Draft. Thanks for the heads up. I appreciate ya. Alright, let's grab Thrill. I'd rather not grab the Eerie if I can help it. And we're at 32. Let's see, let's grab you. $33. Am I liking SBMM? Honestly, I like it. I think it is a good thing for the game as a whole, contrary to what other people believe. Alright, we're at 33. I think after this next match, we will get Barbecue Chili unlocked for every other killer. So that would be freaking huge, to say the least. Daily challenge down survivors with Bubba's chainsaw. What's the challenge part? Not much, honestly. Not much in that situation. Not much at all. Alright. I think we're good as far as perks are concerned. And flashlight, map, medkit. Sounds good. Yeah, so right now we're 13 matches in, and survivors are definitely getting better, but definitely are still struggling against me. It's not like I'm running any form of gen regression either. It's straight up, mostly Barbecue and Chili carrying us for the most part. You know, a bit of Murmurs does help out here and there, though, I will say. It does help out here and there. How do you control Bubba while using chainsaw at everything but the survivor? It's a lot about map knowledge, honestly, and pathing. That's the biggest thing, is you need to know how far out you need to be from the areas that you're going to be chainsawing in. It very much is map knowledge, map knowledge, map knowledge. And yo, what's up, Apocalyptic? How you doing today, my friend? Hopefully doing well. What have you been up to, if anything much? You have joined us just in time for day 1 of the Hardcore Killer Challenge. Right now, we're using nothing but Bubba until we do unlock Barbecue and Chili, in which case, I'm still trying to figure out what I want to use. Whether it be Clown, Plague, Hag, or someone else. Alright, Tumble Purgation again. Sounds good. Let's chainsaw that for distance. And this time we have the Beast Smart, so good stuff there for sure. And we found 2 survivors this early. Lovely stuff. Let's get rid of Shack Palette, if we can manage that. Hello there, Stevie Boy Wonder. He'll vault as well. And he's vaulted once already. Show the red light. There's the vault. There's the vault. And Jeffrey, thank you much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. I am Mark, aka Guildspire. I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player. You can teach shows of Play Killer and survivors how to play against Killer. Very happy to have you all here. You're just in time for day 1 of the Hardcore Killer Challenge. But right now, we're using nothing but Bubba to begin with. This Quentin may have made a mistake. We'll find out. There we go. Not a moth. Sorry to tell you there, Quentin boy. And now time for a chainsaw dash. So that's a 2-for-1 special right there. I do love it. And additional scratch marks not too far away. Alright. Up we go. That's 1. Let's pick up facing the wall. Number 2. And someone else was definitely over here. Where they are now, I do not know. Let's try and find where we are on barbecue. So far, no one. Okay. You really want to do this, Steve? Are you sure? Because that's not going to end up as good as you want it to. Your BT is going to be up by the time I get you. Uh-huh. You're asking me to eat a DS on 5 gens? Be my guest. Jeffy. Sorry, not Jeffrey. I am dyslexic. I do apologize about that. I do butcher, butcher names quite often, my friend. Nothing against you personally, but dyslexia does get the better of me when checking a look over. He's polite about it? Oh, was it you who I played against earlier, Jeffy? I remember that someone came in and said hi, and let me know that I went up against you, but we asked who you were to give you a shout out, but very happy to have you stop on by. Say hi now, though. Oh, that's a bad tantrum. Do we think destroying the hook is worth it? 9 times out of 10? The answer is no. 9 times out of 10, Sabotorian hook is not really that great, to be honest with you. I need to charge our second charge here. Big pallet. And we don't need to go for the chainsaw dash, but we can make up some distance using it. Hi there. How are you? Let's get that off of you. Let's get you up. Nope, I actually don't have a stream delay on, but unfortunately, because I do stream at 1080p, 60 frames, some people's, whatchamacallit, some people's internet really can't handle it all too well, so it does end up buffering a bit. That's the only downside of streaming at high quality. Otherwise, you know, always good. Yeah, it is. It's a bit high, but people do tend to like the additional detail, so I can't complain. That and also it all goes up on the YouTube too. Wins both fantasy football and league for week 1. Let's go. Very nice. All right, let's play around with Jeff Boy here. That's the first down. Let's go for the second. And we should have enough distance here to go for that one, though we do have a second charge at our disposal. Unless you have a dead hard, you don't make it. You do make it, though. Nicely done, Jeff. Let's see. Stay at 720, 48. 3,000 to most people, but yeah, don't end up being as high res. Yeah, it's kind of the give and take, right? Thankfully, not too many people have to worry about it, and for the most part, Twitch does allow you to move down your resolution, but that's only on days where they're not high traffic, unfortunately. So it is very hit or miss in that regard. Hi, Steve. Sorry to tell you, Steve. That sprint burst ain't gonna save you. Yup. So that sprint burst ain't gonna save you. Hi, Steve. Let me pick you up. Thank you. Yo, what's up, Relosito? How you doing, my friend? Hopefully doing well. The buffer is like 10 seconds here, so it's not bad. Exactly. It's not egregious, but it can be rough for some people, no doubt about it. Excellent. I have it not hooked yet, is it? No, it's not Jeff. It must be Fingman. Hi, Quinton. Can you get it? No, you can't. Okay, you want me to chase you? No. I think not. I'm so bad at Bubba, the 3 speed tokens are not enough for you. It can be hard. It's a lot about learning the timing, right? That is the biggest thing to keep in mind. It's timing as well as just map knowledge. I was saying this earlier when people are saying that they really struggle with Bubba because they just bump into everything but the Survivor. And it really is just map knowledge, map knowledge, map knowledge. Are they going for the unhook? They are. Okay, Jeffy boy. Eatable's back. Goes for pallet. Does not drop. Yeah, the biggest thing to know and a little cool trick is that if you shred a pallet on with 1 token, like this, and Survivor's on the other side, you can immediately go into your chainsaw dash thereafter, and they should be in distance, especially with add-ons like Beastmark and Chili. So really cool stuff, actually. Like, that's a great example of something that you can do with Bubba that is very hyper-lethal. Thank you, I appreciate it, Jeffy. By the way, I don't think I'm not sure if I did my full intro earlier, but I am Mark, aka Guildspire. I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player, here to teach codes how to play Killer and survivors how to play against Killer. So if you are looking to learn about any of the killers, I am your man. I play every single killer. Right now we're doing the Hardcore Killer Challenge, which some of you might be familiar with. If not, basically we're trying to get from Ash 4 to Eerie 1 without losing all of our killers. If a single survivor leaves via the exit gate, that killer is killed off and subsequently is lost from our roster. Great to meet you as well, Jeffy. Great to meet you as well. I'm back on DVD. Hopefully we play together. You know, I'd rather not, Owen. I'll be honest. Hacking on DVD is just, I don't know. I don't understand why people do it, and it really ruins the fun for other people. And of course, if I note that you are hacking against me, the match won't count, so doesn't really matter. And just might say, we are rather keen-eyed when it comes to hacking. Never paid attention, but are you able to spend his dash tokens early? Yes, you are. You are able to do that. So you can, but ideally, you want to use a token at the top right-hand corner where the number is. Like, that's the easiest way to identify. So that's the easiest way to identify when to use it. With that being said, at the end of the day, I'm not really worried about it. If you are openly hacking, please don't. It's just not fun for anyone. I think he meant like hacking as a joke. I would like to give benefit of the doubt of people, but we played a lot against a few hackers that have dropped by chat before, so it wouldn't be the first time. And just because of that, you know, I implore you, don't hack. It's really nonsensical and really just sucks the fun out of the game for a lot of people. Especially with MMR. It's awesome because I can no-clip around the map and hook everyone. Gotcha. Yeah. So, I don't know. At the end of the day, best not to assume the worst of people, assume that it is a joke, but say la vie. But either ways, GG, well played to these survivors. No hacks, just hugs. Alright, that's going to be win number 14 on Mr. Bubba here. And let's actually take a look and see if we actually get the... whatchamacallit? The... teachable barbecue and chili. Been playing on and off for 5 years, still sucks, so good work. Thank you, I appreciate it, Jeffy. And hey, at the end of the day, we all start somewhere. I'll be honest, I've been playing on PC for a full year now. And at the end of the day, it takes time to get better. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Also, drop the file over on your end. But I play every single day. I play every single killer. I play Survivor 2. Alright. So let's throw on another challenge. Hook 2 survivors in a basement while using the perk Agitation. Could I maybe not? And Jeffy, thank you much for the follow. Welcome to the Guilty Ones. Sure, why not? I appreciate it. Let's go to Tome 2, Chapter 1. Earn 5 Devout Emblems. We can do that pretty easily. So let's take a look at our blood webs. We can get to 35. I think we should be able to, no problem. That's 34. It's not watchage, it's hours. If you're looking for that slashing. It is hours. That is true, Simple. You're not lying in that regard. Alright, there's 35. We do need to use all these blood points on Bubba. But that is fine. We'll get some barbecue and chili. Let's get some survivor puddings for if we have to jump back on Bubba later. Never know. Wish it counted PS time? Yeah, I don't think it does, unfortunately. To save the challenge for after barbecue so you can do it with Trapper. True, we could do that. We could do that. But like I said, the blood points have to go onto the killer who has earned them. And we try and get as close as possible. In this case, we're not going to be able to get exactly. But I guess we'll get close enough with the 4,000. With that being said, let's switch over our killer. We have barbecue and chili now. What's the next perk that we want? We could go for Corrupt Intervention. We could go for Pop Goes the Weasel. We could go for Ruin. I think, honestly, let's go for Clown and Pop. If we go for Corrupt Intervention, most times you don't want to run Corrupt and Barbecue in tandem, where we can go for Pop Goes the Weasel and Clown. Only be the original killers. What? Hardcore Killer? Not necessarily. There are different versions of it. Dowsy did 2 versions. They did one of just the OGs, and then one with everyone. I'm starting off with everyone right now. Only one perk. What's the idea in the end? Do Nurse? No, there's nothing much that I want to get from Nurse is the problem as far as perks. We'll use Nurse later if we have to. Gotta go now. Nice to meet you, and good luck on Dowsy's challenge. Thank you, Jeffy. I appreciate it. GG's once again to you, and thank you much for the raid. Guilty Ones, if you haven't already, please make sure to go say hi to Jeffy next time they're live by dropping a follow right now, and thank them for the raid. No, we have not lost Bubba. We are now switching up to the Clown. We have gotten barbecue and chili. This way, we can ideally get their, whatchamacallit? We can ideally get their teachables faster. So, like Clown, for example, Pop Goes the Weasel is level 40, so we need to get their ASAP. That's going to take 1,000,000 blood points. Barbecue and chili is going to shorten that time significantly. So if they get one perk on everyone, then what? We can kind of use whoever, right? So right now we're going for Pop Goes the Weasel. We might go for Ruin on Hag later. With that being said, let's throw on Pop. And should be good to go. Call it now Legion of Freddy, last killer standing. I don't know. It's going to be interesting because here's the problem. I talked about this before. I'll talk about it again. It's very possible that the Hardcore Killer Challenge becomes easier with MMR, right? So, because of that, we are now a level 1 MMR flat 0 clown, right? So basically, we're playing against rank 20 survivors now because we have no MMR on clown. So versus Bubba, who's now our highest MMR on the account. So it's kind of interesting to think about that, right? That I think the challenge has arguably become easier and not harder. It's harder when you are ranking up a specific killer early, like we did with Bubba. We went 14 matches, though, and only 2 survivors survived. No one escaped via the exit gate, only through hatch, and I think there was only 1 match our entire time where they got to 1 gen. Every other match was literally 0 or 1. Before I leave, you should put the fact that you're doing a hardcore challenge up first in your title, otherwise it gets clipped. Ooh, thank you, Jeffy. I appreciate that heads up. I will do that right now. That is a very good call out. I appreciate you. Let's do that. So we can do this here. We should be able to put that there. All right, let me know if it looks good now. See if it gets clipped off. All right, let me know if it looks good now. If it does, then awesome. If not, then I'll have to move it up again. All right, Shelterwoods time. First time we've actually seen this map all day. I wonder, so we're at MMR 0, right? I wonder if this will give us bots again, like it did for the first match of the day. I'm not sure. All right, let's use these. Can we see a survivor here? No, that's a shadow. There's a survivor there. Looks like a Felix on a gen. Oh, no, David, not Felix. No, there was a Felix here, too. Not crazy. Yep, there's Felix. There's David. David should be going down here. If he goes for the vault, he goes down. Like I said, there's the down. See part of it now? Not all of it? Okay, so I'll push it up to the front then. That is a very good call. I appreciate it, Jeffy, for doing so. No, Meg. Bad. Don't do it. No. Meg. Stop. Stop, Meg. It's not gonna work. Alright. And we actually have some genuine gen regression now, too. So that's actually great news. We actually get to regress gens again. We played 14, almost 15 matches of no gen regression. Really good flashlight save by Jane. Chain blind too. I see you are a student of Noob 3 and Aaron there, Jane. Really good stuff. But how good are you outside of the flashlight saves, my friend? That is the question. Wish you had this MMR? Yeah, you know. You could always make a Smurf account. Not that really benefits you. Okay, let's toss this bottle. Could have probably gotten the hit earlier if I threw a bottle before, but oh well. We're gonna want to switch over to Invigoration, toss this, and that way we can catch up. And let's see, where are we heading off to? Going towards a pallet, I do believe. Oh, you messed up. You messed up, my dear. Attempt that corner tech. Jane does not seem too bad. It's very possible that Jane is swiffing with another survivor, which is allowing her to be higher MMR with lower MMR survivors. Either that, or it is also potential that even if it is MMR per killer, that they could potentially have it to where it still scales you based on your highest killer. Did I know that clown balls on console are still broken? Are they seriously? That's ugly. No, it didn't hit the trees, unfortunately. But oh well. No, we don't need to do that right now. We can instead hit her with a bottle. Cut off that loop. She moves off the shack. There's nothing in the middle, so she goes down. You have to stand in the yellow bottle smoke for like 3 seconds to get the effect. That is miserable. I will not lie. That is miserable. Sorry, Jane. I figured that you might try that again. Still not a moth. Still not him off. I can't reload my bottle here, so we're M1 115 killer. So we're gonna chase out Jane. Actually, we have Felix here, that's fine. You don't really need to pop these gens right now. Let's hit him. No balls in hand right now. Battle distance is just not existing. Interesting. Let's see if we can mind game him here. Yes, we can. How many times before you master the knife trick? Every time you hit someone? You know, takes a few fingers. Takes a few fingers. Not mine, of course. Survivors. Not my fingers. Alright, let's reload. I thought there was someone here. Let's reload. They were by shack, maybe? Yes, no. Oh, I heard someone. There is a Megan. That is a vault. And down we go. I heard someone in a locker. Yep, that was Jane. I'm pretty sure she was attempting to head on there. Have you thought you have a pedicure to the fingernails? Yeah, you know. I think Clown might need more than a pedicure. I'm gonna put it that way. Just a little bit more than a pedicure. Yeah, I should do this real quick, and then reload. Gain some distance over here. Let's see. Scratch marks over this way. Going where? Hello, David. How you doing, bud? Alright, where are you heading off to? Going this way. Let's cut off some distance. At least keep line of sight. He doubles back. He did not go for pallet for some ungodly reason, so down goes David. Also, I just realized that it's at least a two-man split with David and Meg. Just noticed that. You know what? If I bring him over there, they could double body block and get him off my shoulder. That's potential. I hear someone on this gen. Not injured. Helix. Indeed it is. Thank you for the pallet, my boy. Let's switch over to invigoration bottles and gain some distance this way. And then toss a intoxication bottle on him so we really make some good distance. Perfect. That'll get us our hit. And our subsequent down. Alright, looks like they healed Jane. And let's go back to David's hook after we pop the gen. Let's reload while we have the time. Don't need to rush here. In fact, we can probably make better distance by reloading than invigorating. So we see Jane here, so we're going to change our target. Hi, Jane. Are you going to try and head on me, maybe? Fine. Go for pallet. She vaults. Cool. We predicted that. She'll vault again. Fine by me. Toss to that window, even though it's blocked off. GG's, try to get to middle, it's too close. And we'll only get one intoxication on her. She's already blocked off the window, so she's kind of in a dire... No, she hasn't. I thought she did. Now she has. Oopsie. Yo, what's up, Matt? How you doing, my friend? Hopefully doing well. What have you been up to as of recent, if anything much? There's the intoxication. She does have a pallet coming up in front of her. Let's reload here. She'll drop pallet, yep. Still not enough. Sorry to tell you. Go for it now, though. Did she go through me? She did. She did go through me. Where she went thereafter, though, I actually don't know. GG's on that. Good play. So let's drop chase. No reason for me to continue on that chase, honestly. Scratch marks going where? Answer is over this way. Check gen. I was thinking about throwing a bottle. Wanted to play it a bit safe. Alright. Gen over there. 8-second regressions. So let's try and get invigoration bottle out. Make up some distance. Another 8 seconds off the gen. Excellent. That's Felix. Let's go for intoxication. Even better. Let's keep this one for after the hit. and see if we want to invigorate or intoxicate. Hi, Meg. I'm gonna worry about you right now. You have fun on that gen. I'm gonna go for Felix so I can get a pop in hand. Good dead hard. But you're out in a major no man's land, my friend. Sorry to tell you. 8 seconds off of that gen. Let's press this gen real quick. 8 seconds off of that gen as well. Excellent. Now we do have to worry about Jane attempting for the flashlight save. There's David here. Hear the footsteps from my left. Did I say Jane, but no dice. Full hook. I am indeed, actually. We're doing the Hardcore Killer Challenge, and because of that, we are on a alt currently. Hi, David. Good time, my boy. And where are we at? Let's toss you. Alright, on this pallet. Sure. You have Dead Hard, right? No Dead Hard? Yep, saw additional scratch marks. And was able to dodge it. Good stuff. I tell you, Jane, but no dice. And let's invigorate back to these gens, where Meg is probably still at. Once we have pop in hand. There's Jane. Attempting to commit to the gen, I commend you. Let's pop the gen real quick. And Jane is still out and about, actually. She is very much within the vicinity and could potentially go for the flashlight save. She might be running behind me as we speak. Would not put it against her. You really don't have anything here, so you'll be going down. As far as what I have for cover, I don't have much. And with that being said, that there will be another win. But this time for the clown. So let's reload so we can get some invigoration bottles in us. And I guess we can start looking for Hatch. Obviously, she did that one gen. So we know her general vicinity, but no clue otherwise. And we can just start kind of running around. Oop, hold on. Perfect. You will not get that vault without taking a hit first. Let's get invigoration bottle out, and then into intoxication. She dodged it, takes up some distance, but we will get this down after all. And that will be a 4K for the clown. Not bad at all. Might as well reload real quick and get some more deviousness blood points off the invigoration. And also brutality for popping the gem. Another 150. And that will be that. GG, well played to these survivors. Yep, that was indeed head-on. And I will note something. This is interesting. So, if we're looking in comparison to what we were seeing when we start off with Bubba, I want to notice something. These survivors have all purple, for all intents and purposes, all purple perks. So I am wondering if there is some form of scaling with MMR. Now, obviously, they didn't play horribly well. However, though, they still have perks at their disposal. So that is intriguing. Cheeto Guilt? Yes, we do get that once in a while. Let's go to the Blood Whip, shall we? Grab some Whispers and pop the bottle. And here's Stalker. Really was hoping for some barbecue and chili, but no dice, it would appear. Hey, there's barbecue, so perfect, perfect, perfect. Might as well throw on the party bottle, and... Why would I ever do that? Why would I ever do that? That is a garbage tier add-on, holy hell. Nope, no Bubba died, actually. No Bubbas were injured in the making of this video. In fact, we actually got barbecue and chili on Bubba. So we now have moved over to the clown to attempt to now get Pop Goes the Weasel. Your voice is delayed than your mouth, but I'm afraid to refresh due to buffering. Oof. That is a bit of an oof there, no doubt. So we still have Bubba in our back pocket. We have not lost a single killer, and we're well into bronze at this point. Spare my son Leon? You know, we'll see, we'll see. I need to get some more water. I know there's an add-on called... yeah, no. If you look into the clowns add-ons, they're a bit of a thing. I was surprised to think Bubba's gone already. No, no. Thankfully not. Right now, we unlocked barbecue, which was our first goal, and now we're kind of going out and unlocking other teachables that we want. So now we're going to unlock Pop Goes the Weasel, which is a level 40 perk. We need to get 1,000,000 blood points in order to do so. Most offer to get you some because I think I was gonna get a bite to eat. Bubba Astier and Super Unusual. Thank you much for the follow. Welcome to the Guilty Ones. Play Nurse next stream. We're probably not gonna touch Nurse unless we have to. We're gonna focus in on getting teachables first off and foremost. Thankfully, thanks to barbecue and chili, we should only need 500,000 blood points in order to get to our 1,000,000, which will cut the amount of time to get teachables in half. So we should ideally be able to get some. I'm not sure, Simple. I'm debating between going for 4 hours and potentially longer, so we'll feel it out. We'll feel it out. I definitely need to grab something to eat soon, though, because I feel it right now. But with that being said, we're jumping right on into our second match of the clown. 'Tis time to clown around. 4 hours more from right now, potentially. At the very least, we always go for 4 hours minimum, and then I kind of base it off how I feel thereafter. Oh, you're fine, Alex. You don't need to. As I tell you guys all the time, I appreciate being here as late as you can be, but no reason to stay up too late, right? Alright, Savara's going over this way. And there's some good old scratch marks for sure. It'll be a little bit harder to use my ability here, I will say. We do get that intoxication, though. And it's a hit. I like sleep overnight with guilt. Fair enough, fair enough. Let's toss another bottle. That's the double back. Honestly, if she just would have went for the pallet throw, she would have been fine. Would have extended the chase a little bit. And still only have Pop Goes the Weasel. So let's try. Hold on. We see another survivor nearby. That's not a poppable gen on Leon, so we're fine with that. Let's go downstairs. And Leon boy, what's the game plan here? Going for over here. That'll intoxicate you. We'll get the hit. Take the pallet. Go for it, mate. And BZ Bub, thank you much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. I am Mark, aka Guiltspire. I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player, huge teach Ghost and Play Killer, and survivors how to play against Killer. Thank you for the raid, Guilty Ones. If you haven't already, please make sure to go follow BZ Bub. That way, next time they go live, you can go say hi, and thank you for the raid. For those who are not aware, we are currently doing the Hardcore Killer Challenge. Right now, we have unlocked barbecue and chili on the Cannibal, Mr. Bubba himself. And now are on the clown to unlock Pop Goes the Weasel. These survivors doing better than the previous ones off the start with MMR, I will say, as they are able to get one gen done here. We're not going to do that, Leon. Get you to vault. Really? He's holding it. Okay, I'm down though. Alright. Yeah, 2 gens done already is actually really scary. I'm wondering something. I wonder if maybe we're wrong about how MMR works. Because they said at one point that MMR would be per killer, but I'm not sure as much anymore. These survivors are working on gens. We're seeing survivors with all... I mean, we see stuff like what Cheryl is doing, of course. We see survivors with all purple or tier 3 perks as well, on top of which. Like, that is genuinely scary for us when we're playing a 1 perk clown, right? Now let's go for Bill real quick. It's not a bad idea to spread the pain when it comes to elf states, with this being said. What's the secret? Honestly, just being live and being friendly to other streamers. It's the beard. You know, the beard definitely attracts people. You're not wrong with that. Let's grab you real quick, Bill boy. They're spending time healing, so that's good. Let's put you on hook. We need to find some gens to pop. That could be one of our major issues, is that we're not really regressing any gens. But it's hard to pop one, to say the least. Alright, David screamed, Leon's here, there's Cheryl going for the unhook. We could pressure that unhook after we down Leon, potentially. But we're gonna go for Cheryl instead. This will be a straight 1-for-1 trade if she does. And let's put you up on hook, my dear. Let's invigorate and try and chase down Bill ASAP. He is the obsession, so high chance of him being the DS holder. I'm going to have to ignore him for a second and go for this gen. It has some decent progress, actually. Where are we at right now? Scratch marks go out. Hello. I had to double take for a second. Like, there's no way that's actually a person right there, right? Oh, it very much is a person. Feel like that should hit, but physically you would crush Leon more than hit the air and injure him? Yeah, probably. Alright. Let's put you up on hook, my boy. And we're starting to snowball pressure here, which is good. That's what we need. Gen's still regressing. Good, good, good. Let's patrol the other gens. Bill's still injured, which is great. None over here. None over there. What about this gen? Oh, some progress on this gen. Well, might as well pop it out of existence, even I don't see them here. Would have preferred to have chased them out. Oh, I hear a Bill, and I see scratch marks. No blood, though. Scratch marks, no blood. Oh, blood. Bill. There's Bill. Perfect timing. Where are we going, Bill boy? What's the game plan here? Go for it. Think that I can hear you loud and clear, my boy. Let's put Bill back on hook. And then we need to patrol gens once again if Pop goes Weasel. Now, there was one other person here. I'm pretty sure it was David. We even see scratch marks as well on the other side of this wall. That is good news for us. And scratch marks go where? They go up the stairs, I believe. Let's pop and then chase. No dice. Let's patrol gens again. I mean, it's just, I think that Frankie might be right that I might have abnormally good hearing. I'll be honest. It might straight up just be that fact. Alright, let's see. He'll drop pallet. We'll toss another intoxication. Keep them slowed down a bit. There's the down. Let's make sure we're facing an object, TDCs. That's unfortunate that it doesn't give us a pop. Not happy with that. Headphones also do help. The Corsair headphones I have are really good too. But it's not like I bass boost anything. It is just like the default sound that comes from them. Hi, Cheryl. TDCs as well. GG's. I mean, it's not like they're in a bad position. Could have been worse. I've seen survivors win worse games. Alright, well, let's break this. Oh, that's the pallet that, who was it? Who was telling me about that pallet? That you can only break it from one side. GG. Alright, let's do this. The what? That's strange. Leon could get hatched, potentially. Oop, they're definitely over here. There's Bill. And Leon. I'd rather you not do that, my boy. Leon body blocking for Bill. And Bill, you know, doing a clicky dance. He wanted to show off the seizure stick, and unfortunately, Leon will not get hatch. Clown's fingernails, let's not go that far. Let's not go that far. But they definitely holding some things that you probably don't want near your eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. That's for sure. Or any open wound, for that matter. All right. Well, that being said, I mean they played a good game, all things considered. You know, 3 gens done. Honestly, made me a bit scared that match. It honestly made me a bit scared. But GG, well played to these survivors. Alright, so let's take a look. Is it all purple perks? It is. Interesting. This is... Huh. This is flipping my suspicions about MMR on its head, I'm not gonna lie. Because this means that MMR is scaling differently than anticipated. And I don't know how to feel about that. I do not know how to feel about that. Alright, let's continue to level up. We need to get the 40. You're the Bill. Hey, what's up, Dragon? How you doing, my friend? GG's well played, my friend. GG's well played. I appreciate stopping by saying hi. Would love to have your party Guilty ones if you are interested. Alright, so let's put on barbecue. Pop goes the weasel. Cooldown between bottles, an extra bottle. I think that is probably gonna be the play. Let's throw on a wreath instead. Who got killed off? No one. No one's got killed off yet. We still have every single killer. We unlocked barbecue on Bubba, and that's all we wanted on him. So now we're trying to unlock Pop Goes the Weasel on the clown. It's always purple perks, it's just bad survivors. Not necessarily. Like, when we're starting off with Bubba, right? We got a lot of, like, yellow, green perks, sometimes adept, stuff like that. Where now it's just, like, solid purple, and we're seeing people in, silver rank, right? Or silver grade. Whereas before it was, you know, bronze or ash. We haven't seen a single ash played against us thus far, so I wonder if the grade has some form of influence. Hey, it's possible. We might get a second killer perk, but I'm not going to say for certain that's what's going to happen. We have yet to see, and it does look like we're going to be seeing a Shroud of Binding, so potential for a Prove Thyself play at the beginning. So we want to parse with them ASAP. I also faced my 4th TTV, and before you ask, no, I didn't stream snipe. Made sure to mute their stream, but oh man, did they wish I was a ghost face? No, I would never assume you stream snipe. I mean, we have been accused of it, even though we don't. And doesn't really do much. I recommend just, if you're going to stop on by, say hi. Make sure you do it after the match, not before. You like Ghostface? Ghostface is fun. Killers bring Shroud. It's not a Mori. Have faith. Yes, you know, the ever so coveted Survivor Mori. You know, I do wish I had that once in a while to kill off one of my Survivor teammates. You do it before because I'm of the stupid. That's fair, that's fair. Yeah, just in order to avoid people having suspicions or people jumping to conclusions. I've seen it with like smaller streamers where they're like, I don't recognize this name. Oh, they're the same person as the person who was killing against me. They must have been stream sniping. It's like, well, no, I have more important things to do than stream snipe you. I have more important things to do. But people think what they want to think, right? More you myself, don't help me, I escape, you don't. Sleepy, I'll watch this match and sleep. Sounds good, Alex. I appreciate it as always. We are on the Badham Preschool. Let's take a look and see where they may have spawned. Let's check on the upside of GG's. We still got it, which is good news. Bad news is, you know, was not expecting that. Drop it. She did not. She knows to play car side. Good to know. She's still not dropping. Really shocked. For that, we will get the hit. She's... Wow, she's determined not to drop this pallet. Hit detection really saved her there. And she'll get to the vault. I mean, I was respecting the pallet and staying short side because that's the smarter move in that situation. Like, she just would not drop it. She held it like a freaking champ. I really don't want to play her. School. There's no pallet upstairs, so you're in a world of hurt now. That's great for me. Alright. Let's pick you up. Where's basement? Is basement here? Is basement... Basement's here. Even better. Now, could they go for a head-on play in basement? I did hear a locker earlier, so not sell the wrong possibility. I won't stream snipe because I don't want to use my phone to attempt to stream snipe. And unfortunately, people just don't care. They always assume the worst. It sucks, but whatever. 'Tis what it is. All right, let's go to this with pop in the hand. Whoops. No progress here. What about at Shack? Oh, we switched back to purple. GG's. Nothing? Really? In that case, are they House of Pain? Because all of those gens over here have not been touched. Yep, House of Pain. No one thus far. May have left a little bit early. Would be a pain. Let's keep that in mind for later. Nothing there. They are playing rather immersed, and that actually scares me more than the opposite. I switched my... I pressed shift, and the game is like, no, I think you didn't. I think you didn't. Alright, let's patrol again. Still nothing. Alright, good night, Alex. Have a good one. We'll see you later, alright? I do hope that you sleep well. Hmm. 8 seconds off of that, Chen. There's the head-on. Okay. And a key. That's scary. I'd rather not lose Clown to a key here. We're gonna have to play aggressively. Really aggressively with the way they're playing. This is less than ideal for sure. Another survivor here. That's Elodie. Alright, we can leave her, go for the double down. And that'll have at least 3 people off of gens. Alright, we have to go back for Claudette then. Number 9. We slug you, now we go back for Claudette with that key. Because they complete one more gen. We could be in serious trouble. We could be in very serious trouble. We're gonna have to play this smart. Alright, she's still down there. Different Claudette. Same down. Let's go for the pickup on Elodie first. Alright. How do you know Gigi's name is Alex? Gigi's name is not Alex. Name Goes Here's name is Alex. And that's because they've been with the community for a long time. So we know each other well enough. One person on that gen. They're not seeing anyone else in the meanwhile. This is trouble. There's the unhook. We go for the gen for the pop first before we go for anything else. I can't reload. Don't have the time. Need to play it smart here. Go for the claw for the key. Let's pop first. There's the unhooks. They'll take time to heal. Was that a pebble? Or what was that? That's odd. Has that been a heal skill check miss? Alright, let's hook. Barbecue, reload. They're within 40 meters of me. Shoot. Oh, that's miserable. Alright, let's patrol the gens first then. Check House of Pain. There they are. Scratch marks. We need to break this door, I think. Bones. They're down here. There's Elodie. And we can kill her off here. That actually would be perfect if we are able to accomplish that. Where's she going? Alright, let's put her on a hook, kill her off. If they do one gen, or one more gen, we have to be careful of who we kill off next, is the problem. And the next problem is the remaining 3 are all Claudettes. That makes my life even more difficult. Crows go off, they're over here, next to this gen. That was the wrong bottle again, GG's. Survivors over here, we saw scratch marks. And then nothing. Where'd they go? The fresh what? If that is Arena, what does that skin her hair though? That is a Elodie. That's who that was. Head-on play? Yeah, it's gonna be a head-on play. No, don't know where they went. Shoot. Alright, we need to patrol gens again. 8 seconds off of that gen, perfect. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, people's hairstyles, their own, whether you like it or not. Really doesn't matter. Alright, there's it. That's the one with the key, too. That's perfect. Did she drop it? I don't see it in her hand. I do not... Oh, I do see the key. Perfect. Make sure she can't dead hard. That'll be second hook for her. And we need to make sure that if we were to kill someone off after the next gen pops, that it's her, ideally. Barbecue and Chili shows me someone over in House of Pain. Let's pop the gen, then chase. Alright, where is she at? She's going back to this spot hook. And let's go over here. This one's right here. She is the obsession, so this could be a DS hit. So let's reload real quick. Throw down intoxication. Perfect. No need to worry. Only thing we need to worry about now is potentially the other survivors grabbing a key after finishing a gem. No one on barbecue, which means that they probably jumped into a locker over here. we go. All right, there we go. Now I'm feeling more comfortable. I'm feeling more comfortable. You're settled with food again? Very nice, very nice. Yeah, I was a little bit worried from the beginning when they were doing gens as quickly as they were, and to see that key as well. Thankfully, we see an injured survivor here. Even if they were to get the key, they can only get a one person out, and we know that they're over here. There's blood. Going which direction? Going out, not in. Blood right here. And that will be that. Hey, Dudes of Horror, thank you much for the follow. Welcome to the Guilty Ones, my friend. I am Mark, aka Guildspire. I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player, here to teach kills how to play killer and survivors how to play against killer. Hope you're having a great day. And that there will be the match. Not bad at all. As we'll get some extra deviousness off the invigoration, as well as the hatch close. I might as well do this. And don't think we'll be able to get another invigoration here. I'll be close. Hey, there we go. Good stuff. But with that being said, GG, well played to these survivors. And that'll be another win for the Clown Boy. Alright, so these are... Is that silver or is that ash 2 and 3? I'm pretty sure that's silver. And then bronze. And that was a purple key they brought in. Ooh. Ooh. 'Tis getting dicey at times, I will not lie. With that being said, still need 2 more matches for that challenge to be finished. And let's see what level we can get. If we can get to level 10 soon, that'd be brilliant for our 3rd perk slot. That would be more than ideal. Bitter Murmurs is not a bad perk, but we're going to keep it as is. And I guess we run Party Bottle Robin Feather. We don't really need VHS or Fingerless Parade Gloves. And while we're readying up, I'm going to go grab some water and a quick thing of food, so I'll be right back, guys. All right, and I am back. Grab myself a breakfast sandwich, grab myself some water. We should be good to go. Thank you, thank you. All right. So let's see if we can keep up our wins. You always miss the negotiations with the chair? I'm sure. Grim Pantry. Alright, not a map you see all too often. Let's take a look. At least not that I've seen today. Alright, looks like they have disturbed Grim Pantry. Oh, I figured as much. I read chat real quick. I was like, well, I see what's happening there. Alright, we should be able to get a hit here. He gets intoxicated as well. And we're out of bottles already, but that is okay. Does she get to a pallet in time? She does. That's unfortunate. This affects our chase pretty significantly. She's now going to 2-story. Yes, she is. Should played short side instead of long side. There we go. All right. We need to find where these survivors are ASAP. I fear that we're going to see 3 gens pop off back to back to back. So I can have no time to reload. Barbecue and chili shows me one person on gen, 2 people on gen, 1 person on tone. Okay, that's fine then. That's actually a-okay. That's not as much pressure as I was fearing. Crow goes off here. That's ace. Perfect timing. And does he have balanced landing is the next question. When he does, the intoxication bottles will slow him down pretty heavily. Enough that we are able to get the down. Good stuff. Them also getting the Grim Pantry I'm not too upset about. It's a gen that normally I'm not going to guard, so it's usually best left alone by most survivors. Most kills will probably feel the same way. That's 1, 2, 3. Alright, let's go for the ones closest to me at 2-story. Scratch marks. Go where? Go here. That's Nancy again. Let's go for her. Alright, she'll drop pallet or not. Down she goes. There was someone over here as well. I don't think they have a flashlight. Let's pick up. They do have a flashlight, in fact. Stun them off. Look at the hit. Yeah, clicky clicky. Stun them off, my friend. Sorry to tell you, but Nancy will go up on the hook. And you're going to be immediately in chase. That'll be a slow vault. We get a hit. There we go. That's now 3 people on hook. So, I don't know what Kate is up to, but she needs to get them ASAP. And looks like she'll be unhooking Nancy here, so that's good. Get some extra blood points, yeah. Looks like they're both going for the unhook. If Ace does that, I have no fear of downing him and hooking him again, even if he is the obsession. So we're going to go for Ace. Yep, that's fine by me. And let's go back to that hook, try and find where everyone is. Looks like Nancy is the one going for that hook and not Kate, so we're going to go for Nancy now, kill her off. Since she no longer has DS in hand. We are a M1 115 killer as we speak, though. She doesn't make the pallet, so we're good. Hi, Thingman. How you doing? Still not a mouth, my girl. Sorry to tell you. good. Dead hard. Not that it matters much. Oh, look at you. I'm looking at you. You clicking. Very cute. Nancy has given up. Barbecue chili tells me that everyone's within 40 meters. There, right on the noggin. Where you want to go, Fangman, my girl? I'm gonna play this area. You're on Death Hook too, aren't you? The only person we haven't hooked yet is the Kate. So it's not a great place for you to be. A little bit short. Not happening. You can try again next time. I'm surprised you didn't vault that for distance. Mid vault. And that will be another hook for me. Where are you hooking her? We don't have a lot of hooks nearby, I'll be honest, so we have to try and go to Shack. See if you can make it there in time. We might be a little bit off, not gonna lie. But we get there. Cool stuff. And Kate's not too far away. Question of the day is whether or not she goes with save or not. I mean, if I was her, honestly, this game is all for naught. I don't exactly have many outs, to say the least. So far, nothing. Might as well go around bopping gens for some additional brutality. There's the hook. Let's go for Kate. I don't know. Look at the hit. She'll go to Grim Pantry, it seems. Nope, not even. Going to make her way over to 2-story. Excellent. Pallets here. Both matters. Like on the short side. So now we hook, and Fangman's also here. Oh, she's down there. That's fine. I don't care. Have your fun, Fangman. You do you. Hook is right here. Scratch marks right here as well. And Fangman, it's time for you to die. Oh, I just got caught on freaking geometry. GG's. She's gonna drop pallets. Let's reload. Freaking Kobe. And I guess off the barbecue, we can try and find Kate. DCs. Amazing. And we see Kate, who did heal themselves. That's a bit of a beefy medkit, as that was a pretty quick heal, actually. Nah, we didn't get a chance for that, and she'll get hatched. That's fine, though. I mean, the DC tech, it sucks when it happens. Let's see, wait, the fresh what? She was right here. Like, there's scratch marks showing that she was right there. What just happened? Alright, that's fine. Time for you to die now. I have no explanation for that one. No explanation at all. Let's swing for it. And up you go, keep me girl. She's blind like you, I guess. Potentially deaf too, like she was within the range to hear it. So maybe she just didn't know where it was. Who knows? But that will be another win for the clown. And then closer and closer to Pop Goes the Weasel. Hard of hearing too and can't tell directionally where it is. That's fair, yeah. That can definitely prove detrimental to finding Hatch. That is for sure. Oh, we did too soon. But GG, well played to these survivors. And we are officially in the silver rank. Not bad at all. So it looks like maybe they are Ash. Maybe we are still playing against Ash survivors while we are silver killer. Interesting. That is interesting. So I was mistaking these for silver. But now that we're silver, we can actually show that we are playing against Ash. Ash and bronze right now. I mean, there's still, like, some of these survivors are still, even though they might be Ash, are still playing better than others. Especially at the beginning when we were playing Bubba. Alright, let's ready on up. Go into the Blood Web and try and get us to level 10. Will you make it is the question. My favorite comments lately was in Scrim testing a killer for the team. Someone blinded him over pallet, and moments later he's like, okay, he has ears. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Phobia, what the hell not. Reef and increases invigorated effect and feather. Yep, we'll do that. And we're one level off of getting our third perk slot, which will be nice. If we could give a shout out to the Fang Min, that would be much appreciated. See if they are live. Gotcha. That makes sense now. That makes sense. They are alive? Oh, well, they're no longer in the lobby, so never mind. They dodged, apparently. Oh, well. And you have 3 flashlights this match, so I'm imagining that they're going to be like the last survivors where they're trying to flashlight across pallets or go for safe, stuff like that. So we'll keep that in mind. He was live. He left because those survivors had flashlights. Fair enough, fair enough. Well, I mean, I don't really think that's a great reason to dodge lobby, but fair play. To each their own, I suppose. Yeah, what's up, Anarchy? How you doing today, my friend? RPD still disabled, right? RPD and Dead Dog? There you go. That should satiate my hunger for a hot minute. Downed a breakfast sandwich. Doing well? Happy to hear that. Happy to hear that. How's the killer games been? Doing pretty well. I mean, we're doing the hardcore killer challenge today. So we start off with Bubba. We got him to level 35. And unlocked barbecue and chili. So we have not lost Bubba yet, but we transferred over to the clown, where we're now trying to unlock Pop Goes the Weasel in the meanwhile. All the while, though, I do want to note we're already in Silver 4. So we have Silver, Gold, and then Eerie to get through. Like, we're not that far away. We're already 2/5 of the way through with both Ash and Bronze. So, like, over the course of 4 hours, we made some really, really good time when it comes to pipping. Now, obviously, pipping will become a bit slower as we go up the ranks even further and up the tiers, where you need to, well, extend the match a little bit more in order to actually get a pip. But so far, so good. Alright, let's toss. Hey, what's up, Shelby? Thank you, thank you. They are indeed. I appreciate you. Go in here. Purple bottle, don't want that. Alright, switch to purple bottle since we're not going to use another invigoration. Here they are. We see one person still in the gen. That is a Claudius sprint burst, it looks like. Alright, they dodged the way I was going to throw. Fine by me. Do you play Harvester? Okay. Not a great place to be, so you will get down. And... I thank you, I appreciate it. Oh. Alright, so they finished out that first gen pretty quickly. Potentially a brand new part, either that or Prove Thyself as well. Could be very likely. Go for it. Let's make up distance here with a Invigoration bottle. Window has not been opened yet, or rather door hasn't. Not going to fall for that. Rather, not going to stare into your flashlight, my dear. This chase is going a bit longer than I would like, however, so let's break this door and maybe disengage, pressure jets instead. Gen over here is not being worked on. Gen over here is not. Check this one, then the one to right. Nothing here, so probably over here. Yep, exactly that. We found a Jane, so let's go for her. Right, let's push out another bottle. There's Claude. We surprisingly didn't hit her with that Invigoration. That's okay. Alright, we need to hook her, then go over to this gen ASAP before the pop goes the weasel. You know, if I'm playing as a moth, then maybe. Right now, these survivors are actually not doing bad. They're doubling, tripling up on gens, which is actually a little bit scary. Especially because they're finishing these gens wicked quick. You know there's a second person here as well, is the problem. Probably should just went for Claude. I heard her. That's Nancy. We need to kill off a survivor ASAP. We've talked about doing that before. It's a thought. It's a thought. Alright, will she pallet camp is the question. Even if she did, I was gonna botch that based on that. Rough. And she left a tile. I hate to say it, but we might lose this match. With the way things are going right now, where the chases are actually going a bit longer than I would prefer, in addition to the fact that they're playing relatively well and pressuring gens pretty evenly and with multiple survivors, like we see there, that's two people pretty much consistently, two people on one gen at a time. Go for it. I can still hear her loud and clear through the grass. Let's go for the hit. He's going out to a dead zone. So we'll get Shane down, but we need to kill off a survivor ASAP. Or at least snowball. This is a bit worrisome. Yeah, we lose this match. I think unless we play off their altruism, we lose this match. I'm not even joking. Like, this does not seem like normal MMR. This feels like survivors playing the game smart and playing it well. And that is scary. So I think that MMR might scale you. Like if you play, let's say, fresh account, you play Bubba. You win, as we did, 14 matches in a row. Then we move over to Clown. I think that the game scales. I think the game seriously scales that MMR. Because there's no other explanation that I can have where we are not scaling. Well, that is unfortunate. She went a bit wide, so we get this hit. We could potentially bring this back. We need to hook... we need to tunnel out a survivor. Like, just straight up. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. No one here. They're going to this gen again, so let's pop this again. The thing is, Nancy's gen's also pretty well progressed. So we're in a bit of trouble. We're in a bit of trouble. There's Nancy off the hook. Let's try and make up some distance here. That's a skill check miss on the heal. Claw's been on hook 1, so that's not a bad hit here. But we need to get her down ASAP, and her doing that's going to make it difficult. If she went out throwing the pallet, then we could have gone some more distance. My fear is now that there's 2 people on that one gen from earlier. I think she's so wide out in the open right now, I can't pick her up without a flashlight save eventually. Alright, no flashlight saves, we're good. We need to kill off Claude as soon as she's off this hook. Doesn't matter. Let's reload real quick. Not even close. Okay, we go for Claude now. No, we go for Kate. She's right here. No fear of DS either. Alright. We hook her next to this gen over here. We now check the gens and see which one we need to pop, whether it be Nancy's or this one. Probably Nancy's, but I need to check the other gen. We haven't ventured over here in a hot minute. That also scares me. Now we have a bit of a tight 3 gen. Okay, nothing there. Nothing there either. Good stuff. So we're starting to take back control of the match, but I'm not banking on it just yet. This really does concern me. We need to go for Kate. Down her, hook her again. Alright, let's see if she has DS. Answer is no. Yes, she does. Mother! Ah! Which means Nancy does too. Keep that in mind. Because she does, Nancy does. We can't chase her. There's a big old no there. There's Claude, who's on Death Hook. I can't chase her, though. I need to patrol gens. There's Nancy. Perfect. She vaults out. And goes where now? She goes up the Harvester? How does she play it? We'll take the hit. And then goes where? The thing is, 2 people jump onto a single gen, we're in trouble. Pallet's gone here. We need this down ASAP, but I think there's a pallet here. Yep. Instant drops, makes sense. Go for it, please, please, please. And still chase you without hesitation. So we can get this down. Let's put you on this hook here. Immediately go for the gen in the middle. Come on, come on, come on. There's a person on Nancy's gen. Ah! No! They're jumping on that exit gate. So they're here and there. Yeah, that's gonna be the game. Oh! Ah! What could I have done here? There's Jane. Almost everyone's on Death Hook. They were just doubling, tripling upon gens constantly. There's Nancy, that's fine. If they're on this exit gate over here, which they are, we're in trouble. They can take 2 body blocks with the number of people who are currently healthy. Kate does exactly that, no bottles in hand. So we have to now go for Kate, who's going to get body blocked by Claude. And a single survivor out the exit gate is the game. Yep, there it is. Oh. That's painful. That is painful right there. So it has to scale. It has to scale between killers. There's no way it doesn't. Like, there's no way in my mind that it doesn't. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate right there. Shoot. I don't even want to get any more blood points. Oh, well, there goes Pop. There goes Pop right there. But GG, well played to these survivors. Did we also get the challenge done? We did, shoot. That's really rough. So 3 bronze, all purple. Again, silver, 2 yellow. It has to. There's just no way in hell that it doesn't. If you look at, like, if I look at Max's information, for example, time spent, I can't see. Unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Thank you. Good luck, have fun. Next match. Unfortunately, I do not know what you're attempting to say, my friend. But we do lose the clown. And with that being said, the clown is now officially dead. That's an oof. That is an oof. So I guess we're going for gen regression. You want to go for hag next? Oh. Yeah, I guess we could go hag. We have to use our blood points before we do, though. We can't carry any blood points over, and that includes the challenge, too. That's Compendium 2, Chapter 1. We can go for this one next. And let's go into the Blood Web. Yeah, I have no other explanation other than that MR has to scale between killers. It wouldn't make sense otherwise for us to go up against survivors with nothing but purple, right? Either that or maybe it's the time of day in which we're playing. Alright, we are out of blood points. Clown, you've officially hit the chopping block. So if we're going for gen regression, there's hag, there's nemesis, there's oppression, there's surge. So we still have options for gen regression. We do have gen slowdown of plague. Hey, GG's. GG's, my friend. GG's, Ed. Reaches down by saying hi. Would love to have your ears part of Guilty ones if you are interested. Gave her, I said they don't scale between killers, but the game made me question it. I think they do. Because when we were playing Bubba at first, right? This is a fresh account. No, we haven't played on any of the killers except for the ones that've been leveled. Bubba saw a lot of yellow and green perks for a long while. Clown, on the other hand, saw nothing but purple. All 5 matches. So, I think it does scale between killers. I really do. But let's go hag, I guess. Yeah, we're gonna play more of an attrition style. Question is, do I want to do Devour or Ruin to start off with? Ruin one's hot garbage, so let's do Devour. Okay. This could get more complicated. If we're facing survivors with, you know, nothing but purple perks, and we're, you know, level 1 hag, it could be something not supposed to on their system because it was supposed to keep it from stomping people trying new killers out. And the game made me question it. Yeah, I don't know. And we were rank 1, 2 before update. There's no way then. There's no way. MMR's busted them. That's interesting. Because, so to put it in perspective, Ed, we're doing the Hardcore Killer Challenge. Right? And so we started off with Bubba, which we got him to level 35, 15 matches in, or 14 matches. We switched over to Clown. And with that being said, we're now MMR may actually have made it harder. So I might eat my words, where I thought that MMR was going to make it easier, right? Because it meant that we could jump onto another killer, start at MMR 0, but obviously by some cases it scales. I don't know how it measures that, or how it measures the scaling, but it obviously does. Because now, no matter who we play as, we're going to be going up against survivors who have higher MMR. No. The update does not give everyone base MMR. How it works is that when rank reset hits, you still keep your MMR. You never lose your MMR. And Ed, thank you much for the follow. Welcome to the Guilty Ones, my friend. I am Mark, aka Guild Spire. I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player. Here to teach kills how to play Killer and survivors how to play against Killer. Very happy to have you here. Alright, let's put a trap here. We're gonna have to identify our 3-gen. What is MMR? MMR is matchmaking rank. Or SBMM is another term, which is stat-based matchmaking. Yes, ELO is another term for it. There are a lot of terms for MMR, SBMM. It looks like they're on this gen. No one's here. There. See if they cross that again. We found a survivor, but not sure where their exact location is. We aren't in a chase yet. We don't really have a 3-gen to work with either, so we're kind of in trouble there. In that we're going to have to spread our web pretty thin and try and capitalize on it over time. What is going on? There's no one on gens except for that one. Okay, there is 8 seconds to regression. And our web is so thin. It's not a good web in the slightest. And it makes me fearful because we don't have a solid 3 or 4 gen to work with. All right, let's take a look. Go back to this gen again. Progress. Footsteps on wood to my left. I heard them. I just don't know where they're at. Shoot. They're playing Wicked Immersed. This is frightening. We don't have any info on their whereabouts. Scratch marks? Perfect. There we go. Alright, no reason to reset that right now. We go for Nia. And now we go for the hook and walk away. We have no gen regression, so we just let gens fly, basically. Which is going to be rough for us, but if we can get some Devour Hope stacks... Gens back to back. That's my reaction to that. They're going to go for the unhook machine. I don't get the Devour stack. Okay, we need to chase them out. Come on, drop it, drop it. Please, just drop it. Alright, we need to chase them out away from hook and into our web again. I don't know how I missed that. GG's. And no stack of Devour because we're too close. Even better. There they are. We're going to go for Nia. Knowing full well now that MMR is F'd, we have to potentially be more aggressive in certain situations. We are going to have to be way more aggressive than I normally would be. We're going to go immediately for Nia and kill her off. Like, there's no helping it. If MMR is going to be based on my play of Bubba earlier, and only continue thereafter, I'm 100% going to take advantage of moments like that. And get someone on death hook early. There's a stack of Devour. We need to pressure gens, though. We're in such a weak position with no form of gen regression and a map that is just god-awful for Hag. And on this gen, that is a Nia. Alright, ITH her. Reset this trap since it's right in front of our totem, which she has now seen. Freaking fantastic. So we're gonna need to drag her out of this area just a little bit. Get some more time to work with if she does go back for the totem. Alright. Scratch marks going where? Scratch marks fresher on this side. Yep, there's Meg. She'll fault. She did not fault, she held her ground. Yeah, that seems like MMR, alright. That seems like a survivor who knows what they're doing. Alright, they will give me a hit here, though. That's 2 stacks. We go back for the unhook, though. No questions. Try and pressure them into a trap over here. Excellent. Hello there, Jill. Let's do the hit. And let's see if Jill has DS or metal. Answer is... maybe. Alright. We're gonna have to just make sure we get Devour 3. Scratch marks again, going where? Going away or towards? No real indication of either or. We're gonna have to give them that gen, no doubt about that. So we're gonna bring our weapon a bit. Guys, hear someone? There's Jill as well as Meg. I see someone going for the unhook as we speak. And there's the 3rd stack. They will know that we have it now. That's okay. Dead hard, that's fine. Alright, there's Devour. They haven't activated our trap on Devour yet. So we can try and go for 4 and 5, and then try and Mori off these survivors. Yep, ITH was missed. That's fine, though. We'll get the insta down. There's number 4. I think this survivor's dead. They're on my bones. 14 seconds. Let's swing around. Insta down. Excellent. Devour may be coming in clutch right now. Gotta body block the Devour cleanse. Sometimes that is necessary. Welcome back, Shelby. Alright. Even if we don't get a Mori here, Devour has given us good value. Hello, Jill. There's another trap here. She will not hit, but that's fine. You just want to play games? Why can't you, out of curiosity? Alright, if she cleanses Devour now, then we know exactly where she is. Let's walk back to Devour. Oh, Tropic Storm is killing you? Oh, that's fair, yeah. That would make sense. That would make sense. Well, fingers crossed that passes soon, Shelby. Fingers crossed that passes soon. Hi, Meg. We're killing you. We are killing you, my dear. She will not drop pallet. That's fine. And that will be the end of that. Alright, let's drag her out this way. And let's hope for a better map for Hag next match. What's Devour and Ruins levels, I wonder? Devour and scaling you are going to have throughout Devour until you can level her up. Exactly. Until we get like Ruin 3, Devour is going to be our go-to perk. It's going to be Devour and Barbecue pretty much. Oh my god. This is going to be a freaking nightmare. But GG, well played to these survivors. Alright. Well, we're seeing more like green set perks now, which is a bit more hopeful, but still. Agatha now gets another 4K underneath her belt. And let's ready on up for another match, shall we? Is it Sacrifice or Hook 20 survivors, I wonder? It is Hook 20, okay. Still green teachables and bronze, though? Yeah, it's a bit worrisome for sure. Man, not having access to pop now is actually really concerning. That's gonna be my go-to. Alright, let's do this. No, we do not want to use bog water. Let's use rope necklace, though. That actually is pretty good. And all we have is devour. All we have is devour. Thankfully, we still have killers like Freddy, like Bubba, like Blight, and others, where we can definitely rely on them even without full gen regression builds to help us get ranks. So that's the good news. The problem is how quickly we're going to run out of those killers based on MMR scaling the way it is. That's what my major concern is. That is going to be concerning. Alright, Grandma's Cookbooks. We're going to Backwater Swamp, which is arguably one of Hag's worst maps because there are very few 3 and 4 gens that spawn together. Ideally, we get Grim Pantry, which you can sometimes spawn 3 and 4 gens around Shack. That would be ideal. Otherwise, we're going to be in a little bit of trouble, I feel. Just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. Alright. So far, we still have 24 out of 25 killers. We're not out yet. Especially where there is a lot more gen regression now with Ruin, with Eruption, with Oppression, with Surge still out there, even if we do lose it on Hag. And we're already through both Ash and Bronze and into Silver. So we're give or take halfway there, right? Give or take halfway there. Pale Rose. Okay, okay, I see a 3 or 4 gen that we can work with. I see a 3 or 4 gen that we can work with. So we're gonna give them this side of the map, right? We're gonna immediately rush over to our totem. Where the hell is our totem? Where is our totem? I saw it, and then I didn't. Oh, it's right next to that gen. Fantastic. That is a horrible gen. A horrible, horrible gen, in fact. Or totem, rather. I don't want him to go to that loop, so this is fine. Let's put a trap here. The extra trap speed is kind of nice, not gonna lie. Put a trap here. You'll go for the vault. That's a mid vault. No luck on the hit, though. Put it here. Alright, we're gonna ignore him for a second. I'm gonna put a trap here. Then go back to this gen down here. That's unfortunate. They might get this one. Yep, they do. Plot. Okay. Okay. When we start seeing Survivor's body block, you know MMR is literally effed. Oh, that's horrible. That is literally horrible. Oh, no. I have no idea where Dwight went either. There's Dwight. Great stuff. Let's ITH him. Reset that. Alright, tend to rely on Devour Hope then. Let's put you up on Small Boat, which is also almost finished. GG's. Who is this, Nia, probably? Yep, that is indeed Nia. We'll get the hit before she gets to the pallet. I mean, everyone injured's good for us. So let's start setting up some traps over here. Trying to deter them from that gen. Sorry, Dwight, I'm gonna stick around here for a hot minute, mate. I do not want this gen popping if I can help it. With no passive gen regression, though, it's gonna be trouble. There's one stack. That is David. Will he hit this tile? Yes, he will. They got Pale Rose, or at least one near Pale Rose. Alright, will he hit the Shack one? He did not immediately. Does now, though. Perfect. Alright, let's pick you up. We're gonna hook him back by small boat again. You don't have much time to waste in case Nia jumps back on this gen. Alright, no luck on that. Good stuff. Alright, how are they gonna do this? We're extending out here. We're gonna want to extend out here a little bit. There's Pale Rose, that's fine. The trap here. Then let's put a trap back over here. That's a trap trigger, that's fine. I need to get that second stack. So let's kind of go wide. There it is. Perfect. They go on to small boat. There's a trap on the way. Alright. Let's pop this again. I hear Claude not too far away as well. We literally cannot allow this gen to be done. Why can I not fault this? There's the ITH. We slug out on camp. I'm sorry, but you guys have forced my hand. This is where we're at. It's time to slug out on camp here. Alright, she's trying to crawl away, so we have to hook her now. There's the unhook. We're gonna put her far enough away. We need to go to small boat now. David's back on it. He immediately went for it. No hesitation. And he gets it! Ah! GG's. Okay. Well, now we need to rely on, whatchamacallit, Devour Hope. That is Nia on that gen. If I hit him, what happens? If I hit him, what happens? I hit him here. He's leaving, that's fine. If I can down him and incentivize Nia to go for the unhook on Claude, that would be ideal. Where'd he go? I'm stuck on geometry, GG's. The moment that they see Devourer hit, though, we might be in trouble. That's my only concern. But if we leave him here, he gets the exit gate, too. So we have to slug now. She gets that. GG's. Will Nia leave? Will Nia leave Dwight is the question. There's a dead hard. Good stuff. Alright, will Nia leave Claude? Dwight's one thing, but what about Claude? Dwight? I can't find him. But we found Nia. Holy hell. Oh, okay. Okay. The Devour may have just saved us. It may have just saved us here. I don't care. I'm going to see if they have Unbreakable. We're going to trap this exit gate. We're going to see if Nia can Kobe off. She does. That's a nightmare. He's going for a pickup now. There's Claude picked up. Of course, she would Kobe. Does not have DS, thankfully. But now there's 2 people up, whereas before we actually were okay. Before we were okay, now we're not. Scratch marks back there. We get there in time. Yes, we do. There's the dead hard. Okay. She's going for the unhook, I think. Yeah, that's exactly what she's doing. So we need to force the trade. There's BT. She gets momentum to the exit gate. She'll hit the trap. We slug her now. And now we need to go for Claude, but I don't think I have enough distance. Unless she hits that trap, then maybe. She didn't. White's up. Back at a 2v1. We get Dwight back down. Phantasm's tracking Claude's movements. She's back in. Can we stop, guys, for 5 seconds and just stay on the godforsaken ground? Stop getting back up. Stop jumping off of hooks. All of the above would be freaking lovely. I'll be real, guys. Okay, you can Kobe. Going back for Claude now. Where'd you go? I don't know where you went. Claude. Where did she go? We hit her here. She's in the corner, of course she is. Do I have a hook nearby? If I don't, I'm gonna let her bleed out. Sorry, Claude, you're bleeding out now. Have fun. Have fun! You are straight up bleeding out. I have zero qualms in this situation. Because I have no hooks nearby. You bleed out. That is what we have come to. You bleed out. Oh, thank and you. And where is Neo? Next question. You have no idea where Neo is. So, Claude, one of them has 2 minutes before the bleed out timer. So I guess we just go find Hatch at this point, which is going to be a nightmare because of our height. We're so low to the ground that we can't see over grass all too easily, so we have to literally run over it. 1 DC'd, 1 Hatch. That's fine. We said Hatch was fine. But GG, well played to the survivors. That was a nightmare. That was a literal nightmare, and they DC tech for it too. So the two consoles were probably in a Swift together because they DC teched. So even if we were counting that, I would not count the DC tech. Okay, yep, this is a thing. This is where we're at right now. This is how MMR is apparently working. I am not a fan of that. I am not a fan of that at all. Holy hell. Alright. Yeah. Monster Shrine, good stuff. Exactly what I wanted to find. Of course, Monster Shrine, best perk in the game. No doubts, no doubts. Yes, Thrill the Hunt. Actually, you know what? Thrill Hunt could actually work for us here, but we still are on 0, or we're still on 1 perk, so, you know, never mind. Increase distance where the hag can teleport. Yes, we'll do that. We'll do Dead Fly mode. And the necklet. That is not bad here. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. How much did we pick from that? We're almost at Silver grade 3. If we can get the gold today, I'll be pretty happy. We can get the gold. That would be ideal. But I was not expecting to already lose a killer and almost lose Hag too, for that matter. We almost lost Hag. So, yeah, I guess what we'll do is we just have to go through, like, we're going to go through every killer and their gen regression. So we start off with Clown, we lost Clown, now we're going to Hag. We're going to try and get Hag's Devour and Hag's Ruin, ideally. Third Seal is pointless. And then we move from there probably to Demo with Surge, because Ruin and Surge work well together. If we can get Hag's Ruin, that is. If we can't... yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'll put it that way. It'll be interesting. I'm also probably going to do a compilation video today of all of today's matches, by the way. Probably be between like a 15 to 30 minute video. So I'm probably not going to do the full 8 hours. Maybe 6, maybe 7. But I want enough time to edit some videos for you guys tomorrow. Disturbed Ward, god-awful map. Well, this is gonna be trouble, especially for Hag. Or Devour's in an awful location too, for that matter. All right, put that there. Let's break this. Scratch marks, go where? Go over there. Trap here. Nothing there. Hello, put a trap there. I think these 3 gens are the ones I need to protect, basically. There's Cheryl. Drop pallet, please. Thank you. Trap right here. Yeah, I think these are the 3 gens we need to set up around all today. Unfortunately, our Devour is in such a bad location. They're on this gen too, even worse. Let's see here. The trap right here. I wonder if Cheryl's back on her gen. There's Bill. He's gonna hit this next trap coming up. We'll ITH him. If he goes around the hill, then he'll hit the next trap as well, if he hugs it tight. Excellent. So 1 gen out, that's fine. We're gonna keep them in our web now, making their life that much more difficult. I think they're on that gen though. Let's regress. I do need to step away though to ensure Devour gets activated. This is the only problem. There's another gen. Trying to see where they're at. I don't even think we can rely on Devour this match is the problem. Okay, they triggered a trap. Let's injure her. Then go back towards the hook. We don't want to get within Devour range, but we should be fine. Alright, like I said, I wasn't thinking that we could rely on Devour as is the unfortunate part, and I was right to say that. It was in such a bad location. Let's drop it. Alright, let's manually aggress this. They healed Bill. That's fine. They're back on this gen. Less fine. You'll get hit by that trap. She's gonna body block for him. Yep. Drag her back into our web. Yo, what's up, King? Doing well, doing well. Today's the start of our hardcore killer challenge. Not going well, though, I'll be honest. Not going well. Well, it went well, then it's not. It looks like MMR does not scale as it's intended, where basically it's supposed to make it so where you can switch over to another killer that you haven't played, and you're not going to get matched up against really good survivors. That's not how it works, apparently. Because the MMR is scaling based on our previous killer that we played as, which was Bubba. Alright, so let's go for you. She'll get hit by this. Nope, they're gonna body block again. Amazing. You have no form of gen aggression. We're at 0 per CAG. Long and short of it. And Baser Taser, love the name, by the way. Welcome to the Gilty Ones, my friend. Very happy to have you here. I am Mark, aka Gilty. I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player, here to teach kills how to play killer and survivors how to play against killer. Hope you're having a great day. Alright, there's Cheryl. She'll have this trap. Do I have anything, though? Divided by 4. By 4, so, 4 survivors, so you can get... Oh, yeah, there's that, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, how MMR is working for killer. It's supposed to be where your MMR would only be per killer, but it's not. I can say with certainty now, it's scaling in a way that's not supposed to. Because we're getting higher MMR survivors on Hag, which we just started playing. Let's reset that. You have a trap here that you could hit. You just need to keep them healing. Regress these gens slowly but surely. Which one was that? Oh, not the one I need to worry about. Good. That'll be a trade. Styptic agent. Amazing. The fact that she actually knew how to use a Styptic is a testament to them being a higher MMR. Sorry to tell you, but no. Still not him off. Started burst steal double their bill. And Mela, thank you much for the follow. How you doing today? Sorry, a little bit distracted by the game, but hope you're doing well. Thank you much for the follow. Welcome to the Gilty Ones. I am Mark, aka Gilty. I'm an educational Dead by Daylight player, here to teach kills to play killer and survivors how to play against killer. Very happy to have you here. I need to ignore her. I need to hard ignore her for a second. There's 3 people back here. David's going to take a body block. Fantastic. And let's put you back up on hook unless you have DS. No DS. Good stuff. Hi, Bill. Yep, body block. That's fine. Not going to work. That's fine by me. Alright, I was hoping that you'd go for the unhook and I'd get the down. No dice, though. Alright, Bill's dead. Good stuff there. We still have this web pretty well locked down. No, it is not. People use flashlights tend to be a little bit, how should I say, overzealous with them. Go for it. Now reduces resources back here, which I love. And let's put a trap here. Around this corner. That gen is about dead. We need to check this gen, which is still aggressing. Good. We may have brought this game back due to the fact that we kept this 3 gen. And if one person dead, that allows us to kind of take our time, reset our web, and really put some pressure on them. So good stuff there. Alright. Let's put trap here. Trying to think where else. Want to kind of cut off their exits. So over here. And over here. And I wonder if they're going to go for this gen back here, since I've been patrolling all too well. There's a Cheryl. They are all healed now, which is less than ideal. Alright, let's just repress it. Slow the game down a bit. We're not going to heed her much attention. They're trying to break up our 3-gen. That's the game plan right now. That gen's regress. So we can actually pay a bit more attention to Cheryl if we really want. So we can probably go for a quick chase over by Shaq. And put a trap here just for the sake of putting a trap down. There's the hit. And since she's back in Shaq, we can actually really abuse this. Yep. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Up we go there, Cheryl. You Impala came in for so much, you thought you'd actually be able to get that hit. No, thank and you. Alright, let's go to Hill Gen. Check that. See if they're on it. I have no idea where David and where Feng-Min are. And honestly, they could stay immersed for all they want as long as Cheryl dies. Because once we confirm this kill, then we'll have control over the game. Honestly, I could just very well camp here if I really wanted to. I'll proxy at the very least. I have really no incentive to leave my 3-gen. We do see David here. Alright, still nothing. No idea where Feng-Min is. David's trying to get this gen done. Actually using add-ons when he plays, not as mains. I mean, it's not because I'm doing that, honestly. The reason why I'm using add-ons is because I have to. I fully understand that if I don't, that could pretty much cost me this entire challenge. I'm not gonna lie. It's not because I'm not playing my mains. Okay. She might not know that we have another trap back here again. Yep, she doesn't. Nope, she goes to that window, that's fine. Where'd she go next? We have a couple traps over here that might work. Yep, yep, there is one. Ooh, just barely. You have to push her back to the right. Oh, bandit count, yes, yes. That is correct. Alright, need to get her down ASAP. Thank the other gens. There's no reason for me not to. Let's find out if you have DS. If you do, then David does. We'll keep that in mind. He does. Shoot. Tier 2 as well. And she ran outside of my web. That was smart. So, that is unfortunate. Like this gen. There's Feng-Min. She might hit this trap coming up. Perfect. That's fine. You guys can take that. I don't care. Feng-Min dies now. No, no, no. I hear the flashlight behind me. I'm not going to stare into it. I'm not a freaking moth. There's David. Sprint burst. No sprint burst. Might as well hit you and force you to reset. So that's fine. In fact, we can actually chase you out now since you're back in my web. Unfortunately, they did trip the trap that would have otherwise, that we could have otherwise played around. So we could just go chase hack mode here and go for David, go for the hook, and force the end of this match. I think that is the play here, Bloodlust. Yeah, sprint first, no dead hard? No, you do have dead hard. Shoot. Go figure. I guess we hook you back here. The question is, what do we do thereafter? They're gonna play Immerse, more likely than not, right? I should probably could have rotated you over this way instead of been at least a little closer. where we want it to be. That's fine, though. We see that shell's over here. We go into chase hack mode, and we're good. We are good. Okay, we can walk this one in. We don't even need to worry about traps at all. We're gonna have to eat a ton of pallets, though, I will say. Pallet one. I want to play this. Let's break. She goes this way. Yeah. No? She went out and back. So he's suiciding. If they know our hatches, that's fine. As we said before, we're not trying to slug out for the 4K, so we're not going for... We don't care about hatch. If they get hatch, it doesn't count against us. Especially when, as we saw like last match, people DC teching. It is pointless, but they do get the unhook, which is unfortunate. We could probably tunnel out David, but she's not going to allow that. I'm going to go for David. There's no reason not to. I'm going to force her to body block if she wants. It means that at the very least we're in a situation where no one's on gens, right? And that is definitely beneficial. Pal's already gone, David me boy. He's going to go for the vault. She does. Maria's dead hard. Are you dead harding too, my boy? Probably no dead hard. And now we wait out 60 seconds. Yeah? Or is it not to? I guess put a trap underneath you in case you have Unbreakable. So it forces you to move around so you're not recovering right away. There's Cheryl here. 3 cylinders. That's a bit scary. That's okay. Trap behind this wall. I'm not gonna go for you, mate. I just not. There's no reason for me to. You play it smart, you play it right. Yep, going back for the gem. With the hit. That should be a good incentive not to play around here. But we were able to get the down. So let's put you on a hook. David does not seem to have Unbreakable unless he's going to pop it late. And that should be the end of the match. Thank God for that. Alright, Davey boy, where you at? Let's get you up onto a hook. Last time I saw you over here by hill. Probably going over this way, to the left. Probably. Yep, there you are. There's my slug. Up we go, David boy. It's definitely been more than 60 seconds, so we're fine. And that will be that. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. And I think that should finish off our hook challenge too, which will be nice. Get some more extra blood points. Get us to potentially maybe level 15 as a 3rd perk slot, which would be ideal. But GG, well played to the survivors. Take a look at builds. Anti-hemorrhagic syringe. Styptic agent. Man. MR is busted. MR is like seriously busted. It is not as I expected MR to be, and that is interesting. Where you do, it does scale across killers. I don't know how exactly it is, but it definitely scales. Alright, let's get our challenge done, shall we? Overcharge, that's a no. 15 emblems. Let's go for you, I guess. And let's ready up, go into our blood web. Or at least we get our 2nd perk slot. Need 5 more for number 3. I don't think we have enough blood points, though, is the only problem. Bitter Murmur could be useful. I'd rather have Sloppy Butcher, though, I will not lie. Do we have Sloppy Butcher? We do not. So... here's the thing. If we use Ruin... if we use Ruin, then they'll search. And it's tier 1, so it's not great. So I guess we go Thrill the Hunt for Devour Hope Protection. False Ups Virus, Village Excitement. For each Delta next stone remaining on the map, gain a token. For every token, cleanse speed is 4 seconds slower. Let's do powdered and rope. And I was going to do hollow shell, but I guess not. I guess not. Alright. This is going to be much easier said than done, apparently. We're almost halfway through the challenge, though. We're almost halfway through. If we get to Silver 2, we'll be officially halfway through the challenge. We've gotten through Ash, Bronze, and halfway through Silver, which is pretty good. If we can get to Gold by the end of stream, that'd be awesome. Like I said, I'll do probably between 6 and 7 hours. We'll see how far away we are from Gold before I make that call. And once we get Gold, then we have just Gold and Eerie to get through. So that's like 32 pips. In other words, 16 games, potentially. So we're definitely going faster than I anticipated when it comes to pipping, which is good news. That is good news, at least. Temple of Purgation. Do we have any 3 or 4 gens to work with is the question. Answer is kind of not really. We could try and... Yeah, we'll have to do a little bit sneaky here. Okay, I have some ideas. I have ideas. Alright, can I put a trap down, please? Thank you. Let's go for this gen next. And let's start cutting off exit routes. 3 or 4 people in that gen, based on how long it's, or how quickly it's been going. Okay, that was Deception. Keep that in mind. That's why I looked around that corner just in case. Alright, you drop pallet, you do not, so we'll get hit. That's first gen down. Second gen is currently on its way. Put a trap here. We're gonna want to address this. It just flashlighted it out. You can do that all you want. Waste your flashlight. That's fine. She's trying to drag me away while injured. Not a great idea. And if she goes over to here, she'll get hit by the trap. Okay, we need to get her to drop pallet, then move left. Perfect. There we go. That's what we needed. Put him right there. How do you play this? They're gonna get that gen is the problem. Right? Yeah, sometimes just getting them to feel spooked enough in that situation is what we need. They're gonna get that gen though. How do we play this then? Do we rotate our web to middle? Is that the play? Trade? If we trade, that's fine. Be my guest. She'll vault. Goes left. Now dives right. Well, probably Deception to lock her. Did. There it is. We lose scratch marks. There's a pallet coming up. Drop it. Flashlight me. Thank you. And I've lost her. There she is on the left. Okay, never mind. There's our first stack of Devour. Let's reset our trap here. They did heal under hook. We see one person here, that's fine. Get the hit. Unfortunate. That's fine though. Break it. There is another survivor to my right, or at least there was. Not sure where they've gone off to during this time. No sign of them. Branch out our web to the gen on the left. Fortunately, they're already on it, so that's less than ideal. There's Bill, the hit on him. And we're gonna have to play middle and to play left here. I don't know what you're doing, Bill, but I'm fine with it. Be my guest. back over here. They're about to finish that gen. I need to... Alright. We're in trouble now. She thought about taking the body block. Obviously did not work. 8 seconds off the gen in the middle. We now need to go back down there and start to trap that area soon enough. If we don't, we're going to be in a predicament for sure. Good job. I need to drop chase with her. I don't care. If I commit any longer, they get the gen. Yep, that's the game. Yeah, MMR's busted. Like, straight up busted. Like, there's no question in my mind that it's scaling in a way that it's not supposed to. That when you start a new killer, it's supposed to allow you to play without fear of getting absolutely stomped on with no perks. And the game's like, about that. Yeah, no, we lied about that. Just a wee bit of a lie, my friend. Nothing big. Out's down already. We can push her back towards that trap. Someone just flashlighted it. Fantastic. So someone's here harassing us. That's Claudette. It's also worse that we have all these flashlights here. Go for it. Fly me. I can hear you loud and clear even while blind, so that's not an issue. Do you have Dead Hard? I don't think we've actually discovered that yet. Based on what you're playing, the answer is no. Claudette's still hunting me. And with that being said, there's a flashlight save incoming. If she goes through that pallet there, or where the pallet was, she'll get hit by a trap. Deception, run past to pallet. We will have to ignore her. Go for the pickup. I hear footsteps on my right. That's Claudette. Still not a moth. Still not a moth. Gotta tell you, one person on my left. We ideally do want Devour. There's the BT. And now she runs. Body block incoming 1 and 2. Exit gate already 99. As a 110 killer, I don't think that there's a way for me to play this. Unfortunately. There's 1, there's 2. Bill and Nia take the body blocks. And that'll be that. Hag is now dead. Ooh. Shoot. GG, well played to these survivors. Yeah. Yep. Alright, Hag is dead. And I guess now we move on to someone else. Who do we want to move on to is the question. We could try Nemesis for Eruption, Twins for Oppression. The unfortunate part is that we couldn't use Ruin effectively on tier 1. Ruin tier 1 is hot garbage. You do need to use our blood points first though. Cannot carry any over. 200's fine. We could also go for Corrupt for start of the game. Let's do... Let's do Eruption. We'll do Eruption. Yeah, MMR is... I am surprised. I thought MMR was going to make this easier. It has not. It has done the exact opposite. And great. We find a key. Oh, no. Key to map and 2 flashlights. And MMR has already placed us higher than we can really compete without perks. We've already lost 2 killers before we hit gold. So we're going to have to prioritize bopping gens to set up Eruption plays. More or less. Is what we're seeing here. More or less. So 2 gen regression perks are already out. We still have Eruption, Oppression, and Surge left to work with, potentially. As far as gen slowdown, we do actually have, whatchamacallit, Scourge Hook for Cenobite as well that we could potentially try and use. Petrified Oak. That. Hidden Offering, suggesting probably Shroud of Binding, so they're going to be on gens together from the start. With Prove Thyself, that means, you know, potentially a 40-second, if not shorter gen, depending on how many people commit to it. So that's a bit frightening. Just a wee bit. All right. This is, yeah. This is concerning. If we continue to play against survivors of that caliber, we're gonna lose killers faster and faster than we can probably pip up. Like, we got 3 matches of Hagen, and to be fair, a lot of them were close. We got 4 matches of Clownin, then 14 matches of Bubba. Bubba was pretty much smooth sailing through and through. Then MMR must have said, we are concerned about you being a smurf. And so it looks like smurfing really isn't a thing, based on what we're seeing. Midwich. Midwich is not bad for Nemesis. The zombies can actually put in a lot of work on this map because the hallways are really tight. So that's actually good for us. Let's break this door while we're here. Not gonna break this door though. Zombies have spawned in. Zombie is tracking someone as we speak. That's awesome. And I see a gen here, or hear a gen here to my right. Let's pop it. And looks like they're in here. I am like a mile away from that godforsaken pallet. That game just says, about that. How about no? Alright, you'll get hit by the tentacle here. Need to get a tier 2 ASAP. Let's leave him. 8 seconds off of that gen. Let's go downstairs for that. Another 8 seconds off the gen. Fantastic. Love to see it. Let's get an eruption on it. Eight seconds off of that gen. What's happening? Has MMR actually reset for us? Like, are we back to base MMR? Like, what's happening here? I'm genuinely confused. Alright, eruption. First gen down. Like, this is what I was expecting when transferring to a new killer. Was a lot of skill check misses. Not what we got, obviously. Need one more zombie down. Break this door. Eruption will be up shortly. No sign of the survivor who was on this gen, unfortunately. So by that method, let's go back to the unhook and zombie game up one more time for tier 2. So now we can go for pallet shreds in a timely fashion. We're going for David again. No qualms. No qualms with this situation. An attempted reverse pallet stun, maybe? We can track you while blind, so that's not a problem. There's eruption. 8 seconds off of that gen. See if you have TS. No TS. Zombie drops down. And let's go for this gen. Eruption is not up yet. Thank you, David Boy. No sign of the survivor here. And zombies are not tracking anyone. I see someone here, though. That's Jill. She does not drop down. She holds W. Let's get the infection for the anti-loop. And tier 3 actually has some value nowadays. after the most recent update. So going for tier 3 is not bad. Not a moth, sorry to tell you. There's Dead Hard. Not that it matters. Alright, close to tier 3. One more zombie gambit should give me the tier 3. That's David with the antidote. That's fine. Alright, tier 3 time. Perfect. Let's eruption this gen. Footsteps. Could have sworn I just heard footsteps. Odd. None up here. What about upstairs on this one? This one just did a totem. So that little wave as a dull totem that was just cleansed. No idea what they are though. I hear footsteps. Good for that hook. That is Fang Min. Let's get that. She has a key. Right, there's a key this match. Oh shoot, oh shoot, oh shoot. Right. We need to do something about that ASAP. Alright, eruption goes off. Didn't do anything. And there's another vaccination over here. Yeah, we're actually in a bit of trouble. The what? Apparently the box open for that is delayed. Great stuff. That one up there is being worked on. We need to go up there ASAP. Didn't realize that until I passed by again. Shoot. I think they might get it. Get that down. Looks like someone got hit by a zombie off the hook. Good stuff. Let's go for you. Put you up on that hook. We need to get another down so eruption goes off, taking off 6 seconds. Another gen. Zombie's still tracking someone. And then lost them. Let's put you on the ground. There's eruption. And put you up on a hook as well. Good stuff. Scratch marks going for the unhook, it would seem. That's fine. We drop down. No drop down. Gen's still regressing. Pick you up and put you on the hook downstairs. Alright. And we see Jill at front still. Let's go for her. There's the Dead Hard. You got it. I guess let's find out if you have DS, since you're the obsession. You do. Alright, let's ignore her and go for them upstairs. Zombie's stuck in a corner. GG's. No qualms with this. See if you have DS now. Answer is yes. That's 2 DSs. Lovely. This time, since we have nowhere else to go, we continue on her. No reason not to. And going back downstairs. We're gonna try and find a pal to work with. Zombie's gonna hit her. Nope. Zombie's still stuck in the corner. GG, zombie boy. GG's. Now let's take the time to erupt this gen before long. Last mine, probably Jill. Good stuff. Checking for a head on. No head on. Hi, Jill. How you doing? Still not a moth. Sorry to tell you. Still not a moth. They probably walked her further down the hallway, but oh well. Go for it. Nope, not really gonna work for you there. Alright, let's put you onto a hook. And now it's up to Feng Min. There be the Feng Min. There's Feng Min. And let's get you down immediately. You have a pallet, but it won't matter since you're infected. And then we can go after Nia thereafter. Alright, question is, do we know where Nia is? No, zombies, no use as far as info is concerned. He's still here. I thought I'd only get you out of there. And no scratch marks, that's just where they are. Is that zombie also bugged out? Probably. Wouldn't surprise me. It's facing a wall, I think. Where is it? It's like, oh, it's, I see. That's impressive. And I don't think it fixed it. GG's. That zombie has some parkour skills, apparently. It is the hide-and-go-seek champion of zombies. Upstairs only? Yeah, they upstairs. Alright, follow scratch marks. Going where? Alright, down you go. And let's put you back up on a hook. Don't you worry about DS because we already ate that earlier. GG's. And now it comes down to Feng Min, where we just saw scratch marks here, interestingly enough. Could it be head-on play? Okay, no one here. There. Last but not least. Hello! What's behind door number 3? It is a Feng Min with DS in hand. GG's. That's 3 DSs we've eaten in this game. Fantastic. Zombie, get her! Zombie, get her! Zombie didn't pay any attention. Amazing. Yeah, increased speed is actually really nice, not gonna lie. Alright, we have a hook right here. And we will end it with that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's break some doors, max brutality, though we are close to getting maxed out. I need every single blood point we could possibly get. But GG, well played to the survivors. Alright. An eerie key. 1, 2, 3 DSs. Good stuff. Alright, Nemesis with the 4K, starting things off. Alright, let's see where our blood points get us here. Based on number, probably only like level 4, maybe level 5 for our additional perk slot. That'd be nice if we could get like Sloppy Butcher on. Would be ideal. Ooh, barbecue and chili, even better. Good info of that perk. Do we have enough? We do not. So close, but so far away from the level 5. Alright, we'll throw on some Savara Pudding. Marvin's Blood, really good. Hey, what's up, Schultz? How you doing today, my friend? Hopefully doing well. I guess let's do Visitor Wristband. Let's also give a shout out to the TTV and lobby. Lamar stays weird. They are not live, however. Alright, alright. How you doing today, Schultz? What have you been up to, if anything much? You have joined us just in time for day 1 of the Hardcore Killer Challenge, where MR has been interesting. It has kicked our butts in 3 jars of salty lips, suggesting maybe a slippery meat build. Finishing for the night, relaxing before bed. Fair enough, fair enough. So, putting out some good YouTube vids tomorrow, I take it? Alright. So how many matches have we played total so far? That's 7, 8, so 20, 22. New world video incoming. Very nice. I'm gonna have to probably do some editing today as well for the Hardcore Killer Challenge video. I'm gonna recap basically day 1. Should be good. And let's take a look. Gonna play DBD full time? That's fair, that's fair. I definitely am, unique in that regard. Coming up on 2,000 hours soon over the last year or so. Alright, let's take a look. I want to break the door over here real quick, if we can help it. Then check out Shaq. Started to get into YouTube, thanks to you. Hey, anytime, Travesty. Alright, we do see a survivor. Good stuff. I hear him on the gen. Still on the gen. Let's hit the Cheryl. I'm gonna drop her. Midvault. We'll hit there as well. There's a 3rd survivor, though. The zombie has seen. Let's go for you as well. Ooh, everyone. Awesome, awesome. Zombie, you need to hit them, please, for love of God. There's infection. That's fine by me. That was deception. Let's go for the Feng Min, I think. That right? Yes, it is. Based on the sounds. And she's infected too, so anti-loop is activated. That's a light from the looks of things. We need to get this down ASAP so we can get Eruption play. That's an LT wall. She vaults the L wall again. And now we'll go for the T. Nope, she goes for the L. It's down. And that is a Jake on that gen who's now incapacitated for, I think, 10 seconds. Either 10 or 12. I think it's 12, 14, 16 for incapacitation of Eruption. I could be wrong, though. Alright, let's reset you because you're buffed. Good stuff. You do want to get tier 2 as soon as possible, ideally. Looks like they're going to try and force the gen. Alright, we need 1 hit of a infected survivor or potentially a single zombie gambit. Runs right at me. Did work out in your favor. And what just happened? Were there brand new parts involved? Because that was 3 gens back to back to back, and I don't think they had that much time on gens. Holy hell. Okay, problematic. Problematic. How do you play this? Let's go for Feng Min. There's no reason not to here. Keep her injured. Where's the other survivor? They didn't go far. There's Jake. Perfect. Sorry, Jake, you're gonna go down. Sorry, is that Jake? Yeah, it's Jake. Alright, let's put you up on a hook. There's the unhook. Where are they? Did they go into the locker? They did not. Head on by Jake. Okay, keep that in mind. Head on plays. Let's go for Feng Min. And that's Cheryl, not Feng Min. Okay. Really not good enough, though. Close. No cigar. She gave me distance to work with, so let's down her. Everyone's still injured, so we're not in a bad spot, but we have no passive gen regression. Or it's not like we're looping around gens for me to pop either. So this could be dicey. They're healing wicked quick too. May potentially either double med kit or we'll make it. Either or, honestly. Just saw someone over by the snowplow. Go over here. That is another Jake. My question is, where's Feng Min? That's what I want to find. But something's not gonna be any info. So this is gonna be easier said than done. Longer loops are gonna be pain for me. Got a little bit too close to the pallet. We'll break. Apparently Jake's not paying attention that I'm in tier 2. That's great news for me. There's the unhook, that's fine. They're over by places where gens are not. So let's go for Jake. Gonna play this, going upstairs, going to the pallet. That's fine, aim for the corner, not for him. Drops down, takes a stun. That should give us enough distance to work with. Do you have Dead Heart? Question of the day. Do not, based on spin. So let's pick you up and then put you in the basement. Let's do that. And then we need to find where they are gen-wise. Speaking of the devil, that gives me enough info to work with. We need to kill off Master Epics after they get unhooked. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. That gen is able to get erupted. Let's do that. Do a quick check and go back for the Jake and attempt to kill him off. Let's see. She's gonna have the body block, and she realizes as much. We'll break that. She's in body block. Yep, we'll hit her. Nothing I could do there since she had the full body block potential. Honestly, this is fine as long as we can get the down in a timely manner for the eruption. Excellent. Other Jake is now incapacitated for 10 seconds on that gen with a 6-second regression on top of which. So that's not bad. You go into basement now. Alright, now we can kill off either Jake or Feng Min. Let's go for this gen. Eruption will be back up soon, and we do see 2 people on it, so they're going to finish that out. That is punishing. That is majorly punishing for us. Scratch marks. Who's that? Cheryl. We'll take a hit. She takes the momentum all the way to the snowplow, which is fine. She doesn't go for the pallet, though. I don't know why. Put you up on a hook, but I think that's fine for them because they know that they have hook stakes to share right now. And almost everyone is on death hook as of this moment. Phoenix is now off. They might take some body blocks. I'm not going to swing unless they commit to it. The game is not letting me hit them down the stairs. That is ridiculous. We got the animation lock, though. It is 12, 14, 16. Thank you. That's what I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. Shoot. How do we play this? I can't ignore gens. I seriously can't. I hear infected. No. Who was that? I generally don't know. You're on death hook, though. That's good. Drop it. Aim for the corner, not for him. Vault it, that's fine. Light, that's fine. Go to 2-story. No, you hold W going where? Do you have pallets? You do not. You do have one coming up, though. We'll get the hit. Drop it. That's fine. Now what? Other Jake is going to try and body block. He'll vault for bar. They're going to vault as well and try and body block it. Not going to happen, though. There's the down. Jake now needs to make a choice. He'll mid-vault that? No, he holds W, so he'll take a hit. And as long as we can push him off, that's fine then. Because then we can do this. No footsteps, so basement time for this Jake. And I feel like I heard a injured Fangman as well nearby. Which means that less people are on gens. Alright, Jake is healed. As much as I'd like to chase those scratch marks, I need to find gens and see what progress they're on. She's upstairs from the sound of things. And what about over here? No, no progress. Thank God. Zombies are currently tracking someone making noise. That is a Cheryl. Is that you since you're bugged? That Cheryl will go for you next. Throw some out, that's fine. And now what? Two people still injured. Deception on that locker. No, head on. That's right. Head on play. And hit validation. Lovely. Yeah, they need to fix that for head on. That's so stupid that I can still get hit by the head on even after that. Looks like he went into another locker. Okay, ignore. Hit validation. For the most part, you're good. When it comes to head on, they need to fix it. They're on this gen. There's Cheryl. That's not enough time for the head on. Let's grab you. We need to erupt that gen for the next down. Who is not on death? Like, I think it might just be Jake. Alright, let's erupt. And apocalyptic damage for the reminder to hydrate. I'll do so right after this match. Actually, I can do it right now, just holding W. Mal progression. Now we pretty much have to go back and forth. Hold on, there's Jake. That's perfect. Thank you, kindness. I appreciate it. Jake is over here. Where though? Scratch marks? Do I commit? He's infected and injured. We have double eruption currently primed, and that'll give us information on where the last survivor is, so yes. Close, no cigar, a little bit off. And where next? We got the down here. That's double eruption. 12 seconds. That thing Min is incapacitated for. And we can get over there ASAP. Thing was there, but you couldn't see her because you're drinking water. Oh, that's fine, I don't mind. It worked down the end, so that's okay. Let's see. We can hit this one with eruption. Question of the day, where'd she go? He suicided, so suggesting that Fengmin might know where her hatch is. Whereas I have no info, but that's one of the rules that we have changed from other hardcore killer challenges, where if it's last person, we're not going to slug out for the 4K, because slugging out for the 4K is a miserable experience for both sides, so I'd rather not do that if it can help. If it can, yeah, if it can be helped. So if she escapes via hatch, that's fine, that counts as a win. It's only when they escape via the exit gate is when we'll consider it a loss, or 2 people via the hatch. But GG, well played to the survivors. Alright, 3K for the Nemesis. Not bad, not bad. And we're 4 emblems off. Alright. I think we're gonna do just 6 hours of streaming tonight because I want to edit today's video into a YouTube video for tomorrow. So we're gonna do 1 more match, I think. Alright, level 5. That's a lot of hours. What, 6 hours? I mean, we've gone longer than that. We've done full 10-hour streams before, but we only have another 15 minutes, and then we're done for the day. Alright, level 7. We're definitely not going to get the level 10 tonight. Eruption tier 2, though. Really, really good for us. Alright, what do you want to use? Barbecue and chili? Yes, please and thank you. Devout. Marvin's blood, good. Do you have anything else? No. Increases mutation rate when destroying zombies with tentacle strike. We don't need that necessarily. So I think we keep visitor wristband then? Yeah, I think that's probably gonna be the best bet there. Alright, if we can get a Merciless this round, we'll be Silver 2. And that would actually be a really good place for us to end, as that'll be halfway to Eerie 1, which is our end goal. Only unfortunate part is that we've already 2 killers down out of 25. Alright, shiny coin, heading over to Crotus Pren. Fingers crossed that we're going to end up on Father Campbell's and not Disturbed Ward. And looks like they're probably going to have Appraisal and or Plunderers, given the number of chests that they're spawning with the Tarnished Coin and Shiny Coin to boot. 1,000,000 blood points? What about 1,000,000 blood points? Oh, yeah. I haven't even opened up my main account for the 500,000. I definitely will not complain with that, because I got just basically about 1,000,000 as well. Both Survivor and Killer on Eerie. I think it was Eerie 1 for Killer, like Eerie 3 for Survivor. Yeah, they did, because of the rank reset issue, they gave 500,000 blood points. And then for, if you're Eerie 1, both Survivor and Killer, you'll also get 250,000 per. So 500,000 total if you're Eerie 1 on both. So total being 1,000,000 at the end of it all. Alright. Alright. To be fair, I don't even know what they broke, to be honest with you. I have no clue. To be fair, my reset did happen like a day early. I do remember that at the very least. I guess based on the blood points is that some people were not getting their bonuses. Was that the long and short of it? Public amples, good stuff. Let's take a look around. See what doors need to break. Probably this one. Gotcha. Fair enough. Zombies have spawned. I see Survivor over here. 2 survivors, potentially 3. 1 hit. I think, man. Let's erupt. None over here. Good luck, have fun. You're the Cheryl. I don't know how that's possible that you found my stream before the end of the match. So I'm kind of curious in that regard. But either ways, GG, good luck, have fun in the match, if that is the case. Joking, okay. I was about to say, like, would be surprising. Would be surprising, Cooper. Would be surprising, but to be fair, not outside the realm possibility, you know. 'Tis not impossible, I do suppose. Alright, Eruption not up yet, so let's not go for that. Let's instead go for Cheryl Girl. Or not Cheryl, yeah, Cheryl. There's the hit. She vaults. We vault with. Let's pressure the unhook. There's 1 hit. Drop Drop pallet. No drop pallet. How you doing today, Cooper? Hopefully doing well. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted with these survivors, as you can tell. Alright, that should give us enough distance. Dead hard. And a down. So tier 2 now. Problem is that middle is still pretty well progressed. We do need to go back up there and erupt it and get another down. But no dice. So up we go. Barbecue chili shows us a whole lot of nothing. Though we actually do see... Not sure if that is a vaccine on Cheryl or what. Let's go for over here. That's Feng Min's chest. Okay, let's go for Feng Min. Infect her. Vault with her. And we're gonna do now Feng Min. Really? Thought I had the distance away from that. Apparently not. GG's. And now where'd she go? She's going to the LT wall. Jen over here is no progress, unfortunate. See her on the T wall. She'll go for that. Takes the hit. And goes for the L. That's 1-1 now. Let's try and mind game the L wall. She's holding her ground pretty well though. No. So basically what we're doing, as the title would imply, we're doing the Hardcore Killer Challenge. And the Hardcore Killer Challenge, basically, I started up a brand new account. And with that being said, every killer starts at 1. I have a completely different account, right? Which has all the killers maxed out, more or less. And we're trying to get from Ash 4 to Eerie 1 before running out of killers. The way we run out of killer is, of course, by losing a match. More specifically, when a survivor leaves via the exit gate, that results in a loss, and the killer is thus killed off. No good, Cooper, it happens. But yeah, so more or less, when we lose a survivor via the exit gate, then we end up losing said killer as well. We can't get our teachables, we can't level them up anymore, so on and so forth. Yeah, that zombie's flashlighted for 30 seconds. Let's reset them. Also get our tier 3, which will help us out a bit. I hear footsteps. And looks like that was Cheryl who just got healed. That's fine. There's a pallet here. Thought for a second that I saw Feng Min going for the unhook. Apparently not. Yeah, so I thought it was going to be easier for SBMM due to the fact that every killer basically has their own MMR, though apparently the game still scales your MMR between killers, as we are finding, where it's not like we're playing against very fresh players when we move on to the next killer, right? Like before we started with Bubba, we got 14 matches in, we then switched over to Clown. We found that the survivors were playing a bit better than expected, with Clown not having any matches within MMR, and shows that the game is scaling differently than expected, which is fascinating. All right, over this way. Over this gen, that's Cheryl. Let's erupt the gen. There we go, and there's Cheryl. And she's gonna go for the LT wall. She did not vault the T, so she goes for the L. That's fine. We should be able to get the hit here. There's the mid vault. And let's commit to the chase so we can get the eruption. She's going back to the middle though, which has some pretty freaking good loops. She has to go upstairs. She vaults down. Nope, she fakes it. And she goes for it. Good dead hard. Zombie just body blocked me. Freaking fantastic. Lovely. The zombie literally just lost me that kill. That is amazing. There's the vault on the T. Going for the L now. There we go. Thank God. That was frustrating with that zombie body block. We need to kill someone off. Let's see here. Nancy. But where are survivors at? I see one on this gen on the way back. Let's ignore her. Zombie got flashlight? No. Zombie Gambit. There's Feng Min. Eruption first. I mean, I'm not really too worried about survivors having meta perks. What is frustrating, though, is the fact that if I'm a brand new killer, I'm trying a brand new killer, and I basically have nothing but yellow perks, and then I play against survivors with nothing but purple perks, like, that shouldn't be happening. Especially when there are other survivors that could get paired with me, as I very well know from earlier. So that's the one thing that I'm not too hyped about MMR. Before it seemed ideal, but apparently isn't anymore, which is intriguing for sure. There's Eruption, perfect. Okay, almost everyone's on death hook as we speak, which is ideal for us. Let's not go over there, let's look over here to avoid the body blocks. And then let's go back to that gen, ASAP. Alright, Chief said zombie is tracking someone over here. Then lost them. Let's hit her. Let's erupt first. Let's go for Nancy. I see a Cheryl up there as well. The antidote. Will she body block for Nancy? There's an attempt being made. Bounce landing potentially. And someone going back to the gen from earlier. Let's see. Excellent. Alright, let's break this. Put Nancy on the hook. Eruption did go off, and I believe White is here to the left. So let's hook over here. Check the gen. Yep, Eruption's not up yet. Hello, White Boy. Alright, no point in waiting for Eruption. Let's go for Dwight. He attempts to unhook, but no dice. Yeah, zombie value did work out. Kind of wishing that I got the hit myself, but oh well. Perfect. Alright, let's erupt the gen before we do forget. Alright. I think we may have brought this game back. I was a little bit concerned for a while. But I think we might be good now. Are we going to be chilly? Shows me nothing, suggesting that Cheryl's in 40 meters. There's the unhook, suggesting exactly that. And honestly, we can go for either one. I'm going to go for Nancy. Just go for the end. There's the down. Cheryl's on the gen. Eruption and incapacitated for 12 seconds. Or actually, 14 seconds of tier 2, to be exact. There she is. Yeah, I can definitely see that mistakes can be made, but man, I don't think that's the case for me. I don't know what it is with MMR, but like, I have to play pretty freaking consistent. Otherwise, we do end up losing survivors. There's Unbreakable and Nancy. GG's. That's fine, we commit to Cheryl then. Pressure here. And she holds her ground. Nice job. She'll go for the pallet. She'll insta-drop. Alright, we'll hit her with the tentacle then. Ace Infector. Good dodge. Okay, sure. I mean, that's fine. Going back to this tile, which is not very strong. He's at least looping the way where I can't hit her as easily. Try to get her through that gap, no dice. Wonder if I can just hold this and walk it in. With the speed increase, kind of not really. Eventually, it's still a bit painful. Would rather just get the pallet drop, honestly. She finished another freaking gen. Barking Chiller show her where she is, though. That's good news. Zombie, stay here in face camp for me. She jumped into a locker. Oh, shoot. No, she's within 40 meters. So she went up into middle, probably dropped down for the unhook. That would be my guess. Yep, exactly that. There it is, as was expected. I'm not gonna go for you, I'm just gonna hook here, call it a day. And if they escape via hatch, that's okay. Because you remove the stipulation to where if survivors escape via hatch 2 times, that the killer gets killed off. We remove that because looking for 4K is a miserable experience for survivors and killers alike. So I'd rather not do that and just play it out this way and count a hatch escape as a win for us. Alright, do you know where hatch is there, Cheryl? Is the question of the day. And there's the down. Good stuff. Sorry to say, show me girl, but you will not be escaping today. You've got to be joking me. She still has freaking DS. Nice job. I could have sworn that was longer than 60. Really not. GG's. That should give her 5-second distance. And with us losing our bloodlust, she could very well get hatch. Let's see. Dead hard? You got it. Well, that being said, GG well played to these survivors. Right, you know that. GG well played. Alright, got the challenge done. Good news there. And we did get to Silver 2. So that's actually really good. We are now halfway through to rank 1. Ah, yes, easy, they say, as they play against the Nemesis with 2 perks. Ah, yes. Uh-huh. Let's go with that, my friend. Let's go with that. Alright, that'll be another 3K for the Nemesis. And thank you much for reminded to hydrate Apocalyptic. Alright. Well, let's do this. Let's go into our Blood Web real quick. Compendium 2. Hit this, and grab that. Let's go through our Blood Web real quick. And then we will end the stream there. To be fair, 6 hours and 1 day, we were able to get halfway through our goal to Eerie 1. With a brand new account, so definitely in a good spot, all things considered. Let's grab Knockout. Nope, not a blood points. Okay. What's our third perk? We have Eruption, you have Barbecue. I guess Slubby Butcher. I think that's probably the best bet. And let's go with Zombie Heart. Why not? Alright, we are good to go, with that being said. So, as always, if you guys did enjoy the show, please make sure to hit that follow button. If you haven't already, though, check out our Extra Life campaign. We're trying to help heal kids at Sanford Children's Hospital here in Fargo, North Dakota. And before we do go offline, I believe Dave's and Don'ts, another member of Gamer Friendly, the Twitch team that I am on, is currently doing some unboxing of Pokemon cards. If you guys are interested in watching that, make sure to stick on by for the raid. But with that being said, I will see y'all tomorrow at 7 p.m. CST. Bye-bye!